look at the agenda list. Irene, Tommy. We'll allow some time so that they can filter in, and then we'll take a roll call or call the meeting to order and take a roll call. So let's see. So I see several of the committee members already present, but we'll just wait one more minute or so to all right. There's
David, hang on just a minute. Our note taker's not on yet. Teresa's not on yet. And just let everybody know that our parliamentarian is in the room.
all right. Teresa.
Note taker should be logging on shortly.
Okay. Well, we could, I think we were going to start with the training, correct, Bill, for the new agenda committee members. So let's go ahead and get started with that. Is that slide available? It's basically just the screenshot of the policy file, right? We were going to review the 3 criteria items that need to be considered by all agenda committee members when evaluating the item proposed.
Thank you for the heads up, David. We weren't aware ahead of time. We can get that for you in real time, but if you want to continue, we can get that on the screen as soon as possible.
Sure. So, yeah, I'll just go based off of what's written in the policy file, the duties and responsibilities. The agenda committee is scheduled to meet always prior to regular board meetings to review all items submitted for addition to the agenda. Okay, each item submitted to the committee as an emergency item to be placed on the action agenda of the local 1000 board of directors shall meet one of the following standards. And there's so one, is must arise out of circumstances which could not reasonably have been foreseen by the deadline for submission of regular agenda items. So that means it happened recently within the past 25 days. 2, some substantial damage or loss to the local or its members will occur if action is not taken. And 3, the proposed action involves some non-recurring opportunity or benefit which will be lost if not acted upon. So these are the 3 criterias that we must consider when evaluating or making your decision on whether to submit the item to the agenda. It's very important that we, when we discuss items, that we stick to these 3 points and that we don't start debating the merits of the motion itself. Okay, so I would like for everybody to view that. If you don't have your policy file handy, then we'll get that up shortly just so that we could visually see it. But basically it's 3 items, and 1 must arise of circumstances which could not be foreseen by the deadline submission, which must have happened within the past 25 days. Some substantial damage or loss to the local or its members if action is not taken. And 3, the proposed action involves some non-recurring opportunity or benefit that will be lost if we don't act. Any item that's approved by the agenda committee shall become an action item of the agenda. Any item rejected by the agenda committee shall be reported out to the board and may become an action item by majority vote of the local 1000 board of directors. So let me just take a pause and ask if there's any questions from the committee members.
I do have a question. Are we going to call roll and put the meeting in order?
Yes, we will. I'll do roll call as well. Just wanted to do a quick training of what we need to consider.
Okay, thank you, David.
Mhm. And if when IT is ready to just share that page just so everybody could visually see it as well. I think that might be helpful.
David, I'm sorry, David, this is Stephen O'Leary. The section, in case they're looking for it, is 5.1.02. Just in case that'll help.
Right.
And it's on page 3 of Division 5 of the policy file.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's been no recent revisions to that part of the policy file, correct, Bill?
I don't believe there have been.
Okay. Yeah.
David, this is Stephen O'Leary. Can I make a suggestion, or can I add something that you in the policy file that one of the things that the items be placed on the agenda, the board of directors shall meet if they meet one of or more of the 3 standards. They don't have to meet all 3.
Correct.
Just want to clear. Thank you.
Right.
Hi,
Yes.
David, real quick.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at agenda items, typically they should follow a certain structure. If we see errors in that structure, do we bring it up, or is that like a debatable issue, or what do we do?
I think there could be friendly amendments made to correct minor errors like that, like grammar or structure of the formatting.
Shouldn't that just, all this committee really does, if I'm correct, is decide whether or not it goes on the agenda.
Yeah, that would be right.
After that, it goes to the board.
Right. So I think that would be something the regular in the during the regular board meeting.
Okay, because there's if it doesn't follow a certain structure, that doesn't eliminate it from being heard. If it doesn't follow the structures that's there, or if we have questions regarding the motion.
That's not for this committee, right? That's for the board. So does it meet the criteria or not? And does it go on the agenda or not is the purpose of this committee, right, David?
Right. So it just needs to meet one of the 3 criterias. As far as the structure, I don't think that would exclude it from being considered because of the fact that you could make a friendly amendment during regular board meeting to correct that or change that. I don't know, Scott, the parliamentarian could weigh in maybe. If
Yeah,
there's
let me
any-
just clarify. If somebody submits a motion that says, I think, oh, forget about it, never mind. The only issue before this committee is not whether it makes sense, is not whether it amends the policy file, is not whether it's ridiculous, is not whether it's complete. The only issue for this committee is, does it meet one of the 3 criteria? Everything else, if there's any objections to it or any fixing of any kind, that's for the board if this committee puts it on the agenda.
Okay,
So
thank
you
you
don't,
for the
so you
clarification.
completely, so you have no concern for content. Your only concern is, does it meet one of the 3 criteria?
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I see that the verbiage is up from our policy file. So as you can see under A, it does say that the very last sentence shall meet one or more of the following criteria or standards. So you don't have to meet all 3, just one of them, okay? And you know, so there they are. It arises from circumstances which could reasonably have been foreseen by the deadline for submission, which could not be reasonably foreseen. So that means something last minute, right? 2, some substantial damage or loss to the local if we don't act. And 3, proposed action involves some non-recurring opportunity or benefit, which will be lost. Okay, and everything that gets voted, everything will come to a vote that's presented before us. And if the votes fail, if the votes do not place it on the action item, it will become an informational item that will be reported out to the board. Okay. So again, is there any questions from the committee members? If there's any questions, now's a good time about what your role is. And then we'll call the meeting to order and do a roll call, I guess. Do the roll. Okay, not seeing any hands. Go ahead
David,
and-
David, Elaine's hand is up.
Oh,
Eileen,
Eileen, oh, I had to move up. Yes, okay, so I see Stephen's hand is first and then Eileen. So go ahead, Stephen.
No, I just want to be recognized once your meeting starts so I can present my 2 motions.
Okay. Eileen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. If the item is not approved on here and it's an informational item, can the board of directors, somebody make a motion to make it non-informational?
You mean as non-informational to make it an action item?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, that is described in part 3B, where it says any item approved by the agenda committee shall become an action item on the agenda, and any item rejected by the agenda committee shall be reported to the board and may become an action item
Oh,
by a
okay.
majority vote.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I'll go ahead and lower your hand, Eileen. And I'm gonna take roll now. So we're calling the meeting to order, and we have 11 members assigned to the agenda committee. And I'll start with Ruth Anderson.
Present.
Thank you. Eileen Botten,
Here, DLC 789.
Mary Blaine, Maria Blaine. Maria Blaine. Okay, moving on. Cindy Doyle,
Here.
Irene Green,
present.
Bill Hall,
Present,
Ruth Ibarra,
Present,
David Jimenez, here present. Karen Jeffries,
Present.
Eric Murray,
Present.
Tommy Rico.
Present.
Okay. And back to Maria Blaine.
She's having trouble getting on the Zoom. We're getting that resolved.
Okay. All right. So We do have a quorum.
I'm
We
here.
have currently 10 of 11 members. Hopefully we'll continue forward and hopefully Maria will get on. Okay, I'm as Secretary Treasurer, I'm chairing this committee meeting. Are there any items to be considered for addition to the agenda today? And I see Stephen Alari's hands. You're recognized, Stephen.
Yes, I'd like to request the committee add on the agenda priority item, the SEIU One Voice. It's the first one, there's two of them. The One Voice political endorsements. This is the motion that was going to go to the board on Monday, but it did not get considered. And do you, David, I emailed it to you if people need to
Yes.
see it, or do you want me to put it on the screen, or how do you want me to?
IT, can you have that motion, correct? I forwarded it over. Which one is it again, Stephen? There was two.
This is the first one is the SEIU One Voice political endorsements.
The One Voice political endorsements. If we could put that one up on the screen, please.
First page. These are the endorsements of the state council has done or working on done, and trying to get the local 1000 board to consider them. And the reason I'm asking that it be added to the agenda is that the primary is in June, and it's critical that on behalf of our members that we get this voted on at this board meeting. Yeah, it would be substantial damage to our members if we don't participate in this process. We are behind, and we'll ask for the committee to put it on the agenda and asking that it be considered the first action item. This is one of the two motions, both be considered first action items at the board meeting. So I don't know if you want them both now, or do you want to just do?
No, we do one at a time.
Okay,
Okay.
so I guess
So can we move to the
has
second page? This is, there. Is it the total of 2 pages? Is that correct? Or was
Oh, no.
there a third?
There's 4.
4 pages, okay. So the motion before us is to add this item to the agenda. Is there any discussion? Stephen, can you lower your hand?
Oh, sure. And then also that CalPERS, the last one there, CalPERS special election that's for the public agency seat. And that is going on right now. So important. Thank you.
Okay, I see Ruth Ibarra has a hand. Go ahead, Ruth.
Yeah, thanks. Just for clarification, this made the agenda at the last meeting and we didn't get to it. So wouldn't it be considered unfinished business and already be on the agenda to review or, to debate on?
That's a good point. Parliamentarian, is this a motion out of order since it should technically be an informational item since it was?
If it was actually, I don't recall, but if it was actually on the agenda for the last meeting, then it would be unfinished business and there would be no need to reintroduce it to this committee. It would be automatically added under unfinished business.
Okay.
That's the problem. It wasn't. And that was part of the question of why did we actually adjourn the last meeting, or did we actually?
Cindy, you're out of order.
That was
please.
part of the point of our whole committee thing, and why
Okay.
agenda items should be either automatically over or not.
There-
That was the question.
It will automatically be on the agenda. It should automatically, even if it's not listed under unfinished business. So this item is actually then out of order and we will review it, or it'll be discussed or addressed in the regular board meeting. Can we stop stream?
Would it, because I know there's a lot of items on the agenda that are for the June meeting. Would this would be for the meeting that's being held today?
Yeah, so even if it's listed under the June meeting, it's technically informational, I mean, not informational, it's technically unfinished business that should be held or dealt with in the next board meeting, which is today. So it may not be listed under today, but it's there for you to, for us to consider. And if you want to move it to the top, then that'd be during the regular board meeting. Okay, so we could stop screen sharing, please.
I have a question.
Okay, Eileen, go ahead. You're recognized.
On the whoever writes the agenda for this meeting, shouldn't they put all of the old agenda items, old business items that were not completed from the 19th and on March 19th and on last Mondays on this current agenda we're looking at? Under old business? I mean, I don't know who writes that, but shouldn't that be there?
I would say yes, but I think Scott has a hand. Maybe is it Scott? Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, that was,
Oh,
sorry about that.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's not why my hand was raised, so let me address, but I'll address that question, and then as long as I'm got the mic, I might as well explain why my hand was raised. So first of all, yes, under your rules, anything, you've got some complicated agenda rules, okay? But, so under your rules and Robert's Rules of Order, anything that's on an agenda that is not reached automatically becomes unfinished business at the next meeting. And that applies regardless of whether you recess or adjourn, okay? Well, actually, let me rephrase that. Because you adjourned at the last meeting, and so they automatically become unfinished business at the next meeting. Now, if there's something on the agenda for this meeting, today's meeting, that should be an unfinished business and it was omitted, then it should just be noted and added back in. Okay? So, which gets to why I raised my hand, and I'll lower my hand in a second. And that is, David, I would not say that Mr. Larry's motions are out of order. I would, and I'm saying this for purposes of the minutes, it's more that it's unnecessary.
okay.
Again, I'm assuming right now, for the sake of argument, that it was in fact on the agenda for the previous meeting. If it was in fact on the agenda for the previous meeting, then it automatically carries over as unfinished business for this meeting, which means there's no need for this committee to take it up. The only thing that needs to be done is that when we get to the agenda portion of the full board meeting, there just needs to be an explanation that item X was inadvertently omitted and needs to be added.
Okay, got it. I think that does answer Eileen's question.
I had another question. If
Okay.
all old business goes before any new business, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
I think,
all business, and just to clarify, the correct expression is unfinished business, but yes, unfinished business or old business is done before new business.
Or new items?
Unless the board votes to do otherwise by 2/3 vote.
yeah.
Thank you.
So under the agenda or the policy file in the agenda rules, it says 1 is report of the agenda committee, 2 approval of the agenda, 3 approval of minutes, 4 reports, and then 5 unfinished business. So unfinished business is after reports, and then new business after unfinished, and then 7 is added items.
Yeah, now let me explain one further thing that just complicates it, okay? And that is, you also have a section in your policy file that gives the president the authority to defer items, okay? Ordinarily, that's done when an item is first submitted.
You mean the chairperson? I
But,
believe that's the chairperson now.
yeah, excuse me, the chair. So, but if the chair believes there is reason to defer or refer an item, the chair still has the authority to do so. recognizing, of course, that the board has the authority to revisit that decision when it's adopting the agenda. So if the chair defers something, okay, so I noticed, for example, that there's some items that are for the June meeting, okay? Now, I don't know how many of these things are just, here's a heads up, it's scheduled for the June meeting, or whether it's on there because it's submitted for this meeting and the chair deferred it. If it was deferred, okay, then when we get to the adoption of the agenda, items deferred by the chair are information items. And as you're aware, when we get to the adoption of the agenda, the board has the authority to elevate a deferred item or all informational items to the action agenda. So I don't want to hopelessly confuse things here. Just remember that what is printed before you is the agenda is subject to change by the board when we get to the adoption of the agenda portion of the board. The only issue at that time is some things can be resequenced with a majority vote, some things require a 2/3 vote, and we're not going to get into that now as a hypothetical. Just recognize that that some things require different votes for resequencing depending upon the circumstances.
Okay. All right.
A quick question, and I'm sorry, David, but also.
Oh, Stephen Alari has his hand up.
Oh,
Please put your hand up. Stephen Alari has his hand up. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yes, I have a second agenda item. The COPE contribution. I sent it to you, David.
Yes. Okay, we'll put that up right now. I'll go ahead and take, was that Ruth, your question before we?
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't see, Steve, I didn't see your hand up. Oh my goodness, Scott, so if when we're approving the agenda at the board meeting, we could go to those items that were deferred and we could say we want to bring these up now, instead of delaying them till June. And we will need, depending on the motion, a 2/3 or a majority vote. Just want to make sure I got it right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so IT, can we share Stephen's second motion?
Okay, so David, this proposal and bringing it to the committee because it's urgent that we take action on it with the upcoming elections in June, plus the special CalPERS election that's going on right now. It sets up the process for being able to give contributions to the candidates. So it's reworked after the Monday's meeting, and asking that the committee put it on the agenda and asking it be a priority item. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to recognize Ruth Kiker. She has her hand up.
I wanted to second Stephen Alari's motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure that's necessary, but thank you. I have so this looks like a repeat though, Stephen, right? Or is this exactly the same thing that was this was addressed in the?
No,
18th.
It's different.
Oh, there's
language. Yes.
There's some changes to the language?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the changes are?
Sure. It's after conferring with members of the COPE committee and the appropriate staff, the COPE chair can propose contributions to the statewide officers and the board chair. Majority vote, the officers chair may take contributions legal limits up to the, sorry about the alarm there. By majority vote, the officers chair may make contributions to the applicable limits for constitutional candidates, statewide, state legislative candidates, CalPERS elections, party committees, initiatives, recall campaigns, independent expenditures. Between meetings of the board, candidate contributions may be made to candidates who have been endorsed by local 1000 board or SEIU state council. And it says also the board may approve political contributions, one, even if not previously considered by the COPE committee, and two, even if rejected by the officers and chair. And it also has the policy file section where it would go. It didn't have that before. So Difference is it's conferring with the members of the COPE committee and appropriate staff there, conferring with them. And then also the party committees is in there. And then also talks about that the board can do their own contributions even without going to the committee. And then, like say, if the officers or chair don't approve majority vote, it can still come to the board. The rest of the information there is just it's background information. Thanks. Those limits that are listed there, Dave, because I know you'd asked that question before, that's just background information. And that does sometimes change, but that's just the current, what the current limits are.
I see. Irene?
This is a question for the author. Stephen, this is new language, correct? This is not a revised language of something that currently exists in the policy file. This is an addition to the policy language, correct?
That is correct, because currently just the president does it with staff's recommendations, and the president can give whatever they want out of our political funds.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the clarification.
So we're in, the motion before us is to add this item to the agenda. In any other discussion? Irene, can you lower your hand, please? I'm gonna, okay, Eileen?
I was gonna ask, because this was on April last Monday, would this go after the March 19th? All of the March 19th agenda, or would it be moved by the board to move it up the ladder, or? That's my question.
So this is actually, it's a new item because there's been changes. It's not the exact same as the one that was voted on the 18th. So if it gets added on, it would come in, I believe, under at the end of the agenda where it said new added items. So that's number 7 on the agenda. That's after new business, unless I or did, I mean, I didn't hear if Stephen made a specific request or where to place it on the agenda.
Yeah, I was asking David that this and the other item be moved up to the first action items at the board meeting after the reports.
Now, Scott, I'm
It's
going to ask the
scheduled
parliamentarian. Oh, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, that's where this committee only decides should it be added to the agenda or not. And then under your policy file, assuming this committee votes to add it to the agenda, then it goes under added items at the end. And then when the agenda committee gives its report and we're considering the agenda, then a motion can be made at that time to elevate it if you want to have it elevated. But the committee right now just decides whether it should be added or not where it goes.
Okay, so I'm going to recognize myself. My question is about the under the emergency criteria, right? It has to fit one of the 3, and I'm thinking 2 or 3 might be considered substantial damage to the local. But this is my question about the damage, or whether this is necessary, because if without this language, isn't the COPE committee still able to make recommendations to the board in time for the June elections? That's my question to Stephen, I guess, to make for the motion.
Well, currently, the president can do it by themselves. They don't even need it. So this is, but we have election for the CalPERS going on right now. And so this is setting up this process so we can, the officers with the chair can vote to give contributions, not just to that one, but also we have the primary elections coming up with the constitutional state legislators. So it's important to get, we have a process in place.
Okay, and just a follow-up question, then I'll pass next. But where does it state that, Stephen? Can you cite what policy file it says that the president has that authority? Because I thought all committees report to the board. And
No,
the board.
right now, and it's been happening. Perry Kenny did it when he was director. Jim Hard did it when he was director. Yvonne Walker did it when she was president. They just do it as president. They've just been doing it by themselves with the recommendation of staff.
But is that cited somewhere that they have that authority in the policy file? It sounded like you said they
No,
can do.
it just
Oh,
assumed. It's just been the way it's been since I've been on the board. Since I came in '96, it's been that way.
okay, so, okay. Ruth Ibarra?
Thank you. I think that the intention of this motion is exactly the same intention as it was last time, regardless of the word changes, kind of our semantics. I believe. I don't believe that this is considered an emergency. I understand that the president has the ability or was doing it previously. But right now, I don't think it's an emergency motion that needs to be on the agenda. We could still move candidates. We could still support candidates. And so I'm speaking against this motion to be added to the agenda. We have other stuff that we need to take care of before we go into giving somebody authority to spend money. So.
Okay, next speaker or hand I see is Cindy.
Okay, so question for Steve Alari. Is there a time, we have a time crunch on this piece, right? In order to make sure we get the donations out there for the June election? Or for the CalPERS even too?
Yes, it's important to get the funds out there. I mean, they need them to run their campaigns, especially the
And it's coming
CalPERS.
from our COPE funds, so that's separate from our general funds altogether anyway.
Correct. Yes. And then also too, I'm not sure who has the authority now. I mentioned that the president's had it. Is it the board chair or is it the president? But still, I think it's important that we get this policy because it could damage us if we're not participating in the political process. We're state employees. I guess
Yes, it would be nice to actually have something in our policy file that says what we can and can't do. That would be.
And I guess I'm not supposed to get into the benefits or the merits of the issue, but yeah, I think it's important and it's a non-recurring because time is flying, and we need to move. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Irene.
Sorry. To the maker of the motion. So we are supposed to be considering the three options, one of the three. So can you tell me what prevented you from presenting this so that it can be on the regular agenda for this meeting?
Okay, Mr. Chair, I can't make the motion because I'm not a member of the committee, but someone needs to make the motion. But it was what do you call it? It didn't pass on Monday, so it's important that it comes up and we discuss it and bring it to this board meeting. It wasn't anticipated. It's arising out of circumstance that wasn't reasonably foreseen. I didn't think it was not going to pass on Monday, so that's why I'm bringing it to you. And
okay,
it also made, I believe, meets number one too, because it was not foreseen that it wouldn't pass on Monday.
But it also wasn't heard.
Cindy,
Please get in line.
So if I understand correctly, the reason why it's an emergency at this point, or you weren't able to submit it, is because of the timelines for submitting for this motion. For this agenda. You believe that it was going to pass on the 18th. Therefore, this is now an emergency because it did not pass on the 18th and you did not have the ability to meet the timelines to submit it to be presented on this agenda.
Correct.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Irene. Next is Eileen. I'm gonna skip you because Tommy hasn't spoken, and then I'll come back to you. So Tommy, Rico.
Hi, yes. So I did the question that I had, to make it an emergency. So this just is changing who approves it, not changing whether or not the contributions are going to get out, correct?
That's Stephen, you want to answer that?
Yeah, under our current circumstance we're in right now, yeah, it's to be able to get these contributions out. That's when it's important to adopt this. I mean, in the past it's been the president, but we know right now the president is not. Well, David's acting president, but with the current situation with Mr. Brown, it's like up in the air what making these contributions, and then so it's important that we have some kind of structure. And yes, thank you, Tom.
So the emergency is that we're not clear on how it would be approved right now as it currently is written.
Correct.
Would that be the, okay. I just wanted to figure out what the emergency was.
Okay, thank you, Tommy. Eileen, back to you, and then Ruth.
Okay, this is to the maker. When this was presented on Monday, this was a new item to be added into the policy. And the policy and maybe the bylaws. This is not in the policy or bylaws currently.
It is, yes, it is currently not in the policy file. Correct. This is new language.
So, okay. But everybody passed previous and voted on things that are not in the policy file or the bylaws and gave money. Okay, thank you.
Yes, okay, so.
David, someone
Tommy,
would need to make the motion, the suggestion, Mr. Chair.
I believe I said the motion is before us to add this item to the agenda.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, that's why we're in discussion. Tommy, can you lower your hand? Ruth Kiker, you're next.
I wanted to move that we add Stephen Alari's co-contributions agenda item to the top of today's agenda.
That would be out of order. That would have to be taken care of during the regular board meeting when the approval of the agenda comes up. Okay, so I see my hand next, and I just wanted to add that as the acting president, I would not be making a decision on COPE contributions on my own, and it would not only go through the COPE committee, but I would see that also, well, because of the time crunch, I guess. But I also want to state that June primaries, we usually don't get involved. It's the main one, the main event in November, whereas we.
Hey, David, can I interrupt for a minute?
Who is that? I was going to ask, I was just going to have Stephen if he could clarify on that, but go ahead, Bill.
So under our current rules, you actually don't have the authority to approve any COPE spending. So this is actually necessary so that there is a clear and responsible path.
Bill, if you're going to speak on the motion, then get in line, please. Raise your hand. Or are you going to speak on, whether we should add it or not?
I'm speaking on the rules.
It sounds like you're speaking to whether we should add it or not.
I'm speaking to the fact that you stated that you have the authority under the
Based on what
current.
Stephen said.
You do not have the authority as acting president to spend any COPE funds. That's the point I'm bringing forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so based on that, this language is actually a good thing.
Okay, we're going to go back to the hands. And just to clarify, I said that I didn't even say it. I said the board would if I wouldn't do those things on my own, just as acting president. But I see Irene's hand at the top.
Thank you, sir. Is this the point where we can call the question to go ahead and get the vote to put it on the agenda, or is that something that's not appropriate in this setting?
I think you could call the question.
Then I still call the question, please.
I'm just going to check with parliamentarian to make sure that's appropriate, right? Scott, I believe so.
In a committee, no, it's not appropriate to call the question, but I think you've pretty much exhausted it. So unless there's objection, I would go for a vote.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna.
I object and I want some clarification here. This is Ruth.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
Ruth. Go ahead. Your hand is up. You're recognized.
Okay, thank you. Again, I understand the intention that there's a process that needs to be held. The question here is whether it's an emergency or not. Or this item was voted down by members of the board last week on Monday. It was brought up again. I don't see what the emergency of giving money to political campaigns is. I understand the political arena before anybody tries to explain to me what that process is or how it works. I very much know it. But again, this giving an individual, I understand that this is clear. This is something, a process that needs to be outlined. So not one individual gets to make that choices, but
Point
again,
of order, Bill Hall.
I'm speaking to it being added to the agenda or not. So I don't know what your point of order is, Bill, because I'm not speaking to the motion itself, to the item or the language itself.
Okay, you done, what's your point of order, Bill?
It actually sounds like we're entering into debate on the merits of the motion, and we're not just sticking to whether or not it should be added to the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So,
I'm saying why it shouldn't be added to the agenda, Bill, because
right.
it's not an emergency and
She's-
it's not, so.
That's what I understood too. She was speaking to the emergency, the criteria. Okay, Cindy, and then we're gonna go to a vote after Cindy. There's no more hands. Go
Okay,
ahead,
well,
Cindy.
my understanding was that this was already on the agenda for Monday and it was not heard at all. And the only changes to it were a couple of wordings. So that's why it was asked to be on this today's agenda in the agenda committee. So it could be approved that because the wording changes were the only thing that didn't automatically move it over to the agenda.
Okay, so
got
no, Cindy,
voted
this was presented and it was voted down. There have been some changes.
I didn't see that. Are we gonna have meeting minutes that show that? That's why I was bringing it
Yeah,
up.
it was one of the 3 items that we did vote on the 18th on Monday, and it was voted down by the board, but like, that's why it came up here because Stephen has made changes to it. So, all right. Oh, I see one more hand. Okay, Wanda, you haven't spoken. Please go ahead, Wanda. Wait, I'm sorry, Wanda, you're not part of the committee. I'm sorry, you're not part of the committee. You're an observer. Okay, so we're gonna go to a vote by a show of hands. Is that how we're doing it, Scott and Bill? Show of hands, right? On the,
David, this is your committee. You can choose how you want to do it. If you want to do it show of hands to put it on the agenda, or if you want to use a green check. It's up to
okay,
you.
we'll do show of hands. So all those in favor of adding this to the agenda for today as an emergency item, please raise your hand.
Oh, is it gonna be a split?
Six. I count 6 hands. Okay, please lower your hands. Okay. All those opposed to adding this to the item for today as an emergency item, please raise your hands.
We have 11 members of the committee, it can't be 6-6.
Okay. Did our other committee members drop off? All right, well. The motion, oh, I wasn't seeing those at the top, sorry. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not on the committee.
Yeah, sorry, David Johnson, you're not able to vote on this as an
Yeah.
observer.
There you go.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, why not?
Sorry, sir, you're not on the committee, you're an observer.
Okay, carry on.
Thank you. Okay, I count 5 hands on the no side. So the motion passes. It is added to the item, it's added to the agenda as an item after the new.
Hi, David, this is Ruth. I counted 5 hands on the previous one. Can you tell me who the 6th person was? I apologize.
Irene, I believe was the last one on my list, but it was, yeah.
Thank you. I didn't see her hand up, so I apologize.
Yeah. And Maria Blaine is on, so she made it. So, All 11 members. Okay, so that's it for the committee. We have one item to report, or is there any other items, I guess? Anybody else? Oh, please lower your hands. The motion has passed. Any other items to be considered for the agenda for today? I see Eileen. Go ahead. Eileen, you have your hands up. Do you have something you want to add to the agenda for today?
Yeah, I was just having a question. I'm sorry. Is Bill on the agenda committee as well? If he could vote?
Yes, he's listed in the bylaws, or I'm not sure if it's the bylaws or the policy file, but it's somewhere on there where the chairperson is on ex officio on all standing committees. And Scott could clarify for us, does that mean he has the right to vote
Yes,
on the committee?
yes.
That was yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any more hands. So the meeting is, we'll go ahead and adjourn, and we'll report out that we have, when we considered one item. The other one, I guess, we'll just, well, we'll present that two were presented. One was not necessary because it's already information on. The other one was added by vote of the agenda committee. So if there's no more questions, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Or no. All right. Oh, Kevin Healy, yes. I mean, you're not part of the committee, so.
It's just a tech question. For those of us on here, can we just stay on and not be readmitted because it's the same link? Do we know?
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. All right. See you all soon, everybody. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the April 23rd Board of Directors meeting. The meeting is now called to order. I request David Jimenez, VP Secretary Treasurer, to call the roll.
All right. Doing roll call. Here we go. On. Yeah, okay. DLC 701, Lisa Davis.
Here.
DLC 702, Gertrude Nisi Davis. 702, Gertrude Nisi Davis. 703, Jason Sandoval.
DLC 703, Jason Sandoval's present.
Okay. 704, Latasha Brown. 704, Latasha Brown. 705, Michelle Roy.
Michelle Roy, 705 present.
706, Oliva Montano.
706, Olivia Montano, present.
707, Carol Leonardo Valdez.
707, Carol Leonardo Valdez here.
710, Naomi Musembi Johnson.
710, Naomi Musembi Johnson here.
721, Robert Gilbert. 721, Robert Gilbert.
He's indicated on his registration he won't be present, David.
Okay. 722, Maria Blaine.
Good morning, everyone. Maria, DLC 722, Maria Blaine present.
Okay. 723, Stephen Alari.
DLC 723, Stephen O'Leary present.
Okay, 724, Deleon Seacrest.
Present.
725, Misty Del Rosario. 725, Misty Del Rosario. 726, Charity Regalado. 726, Charity Regalado. Okay, 727 is still vacant. 729, Nancy Martinez.
Requested to be excused.
Okay. 741, Monica Rodriguez. 741, Monica Rodriguez. 742, Cynthia Vo. 742, Cynthia Vo. 743, John Turok. 743, John Turok. 744, Bill Hall.
744, Bill Hall, present.
746, Joycelyn Odom. 746, Joycelyn Odom. 747, Ramon Navarrete is excused. 749, Jerome Washington.
749, Jerome Washington present.
751, Christina Evitt.
Excuse me. People are trying to get in and they're not being let in.
Anybody in the waiting room, IT can. Okay, we'll circle back with all the no responses. 751, Christina Evitt. I thought I heard you.
Christina Evitt present. DLC 751.
All right, thank you. 752, Kevin Healy.
Good morning, board. Kevin Healy, 752 present.
761, Angelique Moreno.
761 present.
762 Donette Sparkman. 762 Donette Sparkman. Okay, 764 Jennifer Cordova. 764 Jennifer Cordova. 765 Leonard Seitz.
765 Leonard Sites, present.
Okay, 766 Sharonda Ward.
766 Sharonda Ward, present.
767 Ben Arriaga.
767 Ben Arriaga here.
768 still vacant. 769 Daryl Kirby. 769 Daryl Kirby.
Monica Rodriguez is in the waiting room. Monica Rodriguez.
We'll circle back. So there, 770 Nicole Soloboscoy.
770 Nicole Solovskoy, present.
771 Tommy Rico.
DLC 771, Tommy Rico, present.
772 Mary Dela Cruz.
772 Mary Dela Cruz, present.
781 Hong Van Nguyen.
DLC 781, Huang Van Nguyen, present.
782 David Johnson.
Present. Counted for.
784 Colin Crow.
Present.
785 Wanda Yanez.
785 Wanda Yanez, present.
786 Teresa Taylor.
786 Teresa Taylor, present. Misty Del Rocio can't unmute. Danette Sparkman and Nisi Davis are still trying to get in.
Okay. 787 Ruth Ibarra.
787 Ruth Ibarra, present. And the last name for David Jimenez is pronounced Jimenez.
Thank you. 788 Heather Kessler.
DLC 788 Heather Kessler, present.
789 Eileen Boughton.
789 Eileen Boughton, present.
790 Cindy Doyle.
Cindy Doyle, DLC 790, present.
792 Jack Dean. 792 Jack Dean. 793 David Smith, excused. Are you there, David? 793 David Smith. Okay. 794 Francina Stevenson.
794 Francina Stevenson, present.
795 Ruth Kiker.
795 Ruth Anderson, present.
799 DeLon Johnson.
Present.
850 Carrie Riley. 850 Carrie Riley. Okay, bunk chairs. Bar Unit 1, Susan Rodriguez.
Susan Rodriguez, bunk chair 1, present, and Nisi needs the link.
Bob Holtz, Unit 3 chair. Bob Holtz, chair Unit 3. Karen Jeffries, chair Unit 4.
Karen Jeffries, chair of Unit 4, present.
Brad Willis, chair of Unit 11.
Brad Willis, chair of Unit 11, present.
Robert Vega, Bar Unit 14 chair.
Here.
Eric Murray, Bar Unit 15 chair.
Eric Murray, present.
Vanessa Seastrong, Bar Unit 17 chair. Vanessa Seastrong, Bar Unit 17 chair.
Vanessa asked if she wasn't present, that she be excused.
Bargaining Unit 20 Chair Melissa Vartanian,
Present.
and Bargaining Unit 21 Chair Bobby Roy.
No, that it's.
Bobby Roy
yeah.
present.
Is there a way
Okay.
to show?
All right. Statewide officers, Vice President Organizing Representation, Annika Walls.
Annika's present.
Okay.
Oh, present, sorry.
Vice President of Bargaining, Irene Green.
Present, and please recall Vanessa when you get around to it.
Okay. Bargaining, I'm sorry, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, David Jimenez present. President Richard Brown. Okay. So I'm going to repeat or go
hey,
back. We're going back
David,
through. Yeah.
David, just a second before we go. If people are having trouble getting in or they don't have the link, please have them email the registration board. Oh, yeah. Have them email board@seiu1000.org. That email address is being monitored to help people get links and solve the problems. Then we don't have to keep talking over each other. Thank you, David.
All right. So I'm going to go down the list again on the non-responses. Nisi Davis, 702. She's still trying to get a link. 704, Latasha Brown. So down the list, Misty Del Rosario, 725.
Present.
Thank you. Charity Regalado, DLC 726. Uh, 741, Monica Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you. 742, Cynthia Vo. Seven, 4-3, John Turok. Seven, 4-6, Joycelyn Odom. Um, 762, Donette Sparkman.
He's still attempting to get the link.
Okay. Jennifer, 764, Jennifer Cordova.
Jennifer Cordova here.
All right. 792, Jack Dean. 793, David Smith.
Hey, David, I think you missed 769, Daryl Kirby.
Yes, 769, Daryl Kirby. Daryl Kirby, are you there? Okay, moving on. Jack Dean, David Smith. DLC 850, Carrie Riley.
David, this is Kevin Healy, 752. I'm in communication with her. She's in a spotty coverage, and she said she will try to attend as soon as she can get coverage. I know this doesn't count as a check-in now, but I just wanted you aware she may come in.
All right. We'll come back.
Hi, Kevin. This is Michelle. To interrupt, Carrie Riley indicated no on her registration, so she won't be able to attend without creating a new registration and indicating yes, so a Zoom link can be sent to her. So if you're in communication, please share that message.
Thank you. Will do.
And okay, since she responded no, I'm going to go with excuse for now, but we could always, if she comes back on, we'll counter. So we're back down to unit chairs. Bargaining Unit 3 Chair Robert Holtz. And bargaining unit 17, Chair Vanessa C. Strong. Vanessa, are you there?
From what I understand, she's still trying to log on.
Okay. Let's see. And okay, well, we currently have 46 members of the board present. We have a quorum.
David John Turek has joined us,
And Donette Sparkman.
and Donette Sparkman has also joined us.
Okay, so let's see. Donette Sparkman, 762. Donette, can you unmute? Are you there? Okay, what about 769 Daryl Kirby?
David, 781, I just spoke to Daryl Kirby. He is unable to make it due to a family emergency and is requesting an excuse.
Okay. Did you mention somebody else, Irene?
Vanessa C.
Yes, we
Strong
need
is on.
Vanessa C.
Oh,
Strong.
Vanessa. Bargaining at 17, Chair Vanessa C. Strong.
Present.
John Turek,
John Turok, DLC 743, present.
Nisi Davis.
743. Hold on, because I'm trying to keep track.
Sorry.
743, John Turok is present at 47. Okay, so I'll just go down the list again from the top. Nisi Davis is the next one. Nisi Davis.
Gertrude Davis, DLC 702, present.
Okay. Latasha Brown.
Apparently Natasha's mic is not working. She's working on it.
Okay, can we visibly see her? Then I could count her as present, right? Where is she at?
She's visibly in the panel.
She is? Okay.
She's there.
All right. So she's counted. All right, so down the list, Robert Gilbert, 721. 726, Charity Regalado. Nancy Martinez, excused. Cynthia Vo. Joycelyn Odom.
I see her here.
You could see her. Is her camera on?
Oh, and she dropped back off, I think. Hold on, let me make sure.
Hey, David, this is Kevin. I see her as a phone only, and her phone is muted.
We'd have to get her to check
Oh,
in.
there's that special way to unmute when you're on the phone.
Oh, who knows how to do that?
*6.
If you have.
Latasha's on the phone as well.
Okay, we got Latasha. So they're trying to figure out that way of unmuting. Joycelyn Odom, okay. That is 50.
And Danette Sparkman, DLC 762 is present.
Okay. Donette Sparkman is present. And just one, Daryl Kirby. Oh, no, I'm sorry, yeah, he's excused. Jack Dean. David Smith, Carrie Riley, Robert Holtz, bargaining at 3 chair. All right, so 51 present is my count. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, David. The chair recognizes Melissa Vartanian.
Good morning. I know that we have a lot of difficulties with this Zoom. So I move a motion to do a roll call vote for all agenda items today.
I
so we-
second it. I
Second. Second.
Second.
That's out of order at this time. You need to ask for a roll call vote when the motion is on the floor. So
Point of question.
there is no point of question. Let's move on with the agenda.
May I
So
have
Go ahead,
clarification?
Mary.
Yes, may I have clarification?
I'm sorry, hang on a second. So we're gonna, please, if you have a point of order or a point of information, request point of order or point of information and state your name so we know who is requesting it.
Point of information.
There is no.
Point of question.
If
Point
you
of
have-
clarification. Help me out here, Bill.
So it's either a point of order, Mary, or a point of information.
Point of information.
Okay, so with a point of information, please, please make your point of information and state your name so we know who's doing it, so we can recognize you appropriately.
Mary Dela Cruz, DLC President 772. And the point of information that I have, clarification information, is that, and I'm trying to learn. So at the last meeting, you allowed Steve Alari to blanketly, not at every vote, but say, and I don't want any roll call votes for any of these. So why was he not out of order? But yet today, others are out of order for saying it, hey, can we have a roll call vote because of the technology issues? Why is today it's out of order when it ain't Steve Alari, but when it was the last meeting, it wasn't out of order? That's my confusion and I need clarification.
Okay, Mary, so to answer your question, you can request a roll call vote when there is a motion on the floor to be voted on. To ask for a blanket roll call vote at the beginning of the meeting for every piece of business we're doing is out of order.
Point of information, David Jimenez.
The chair recognizes David Jimenez.
I was just wondering, Bill, when we're going to report out the happenings of the agenda committee or what took place there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there, David.
Okay, I didn't see it on,
We'll get there. It's it's item number 5. So, all right. So for opening remarks, David, do you have any opening remarks this morning?
No, let's just get into it.
Irene, do you have any opening remarks this morning?
I do not have any opening remarks, Chair. Thank you so much.
Annika, do you have any opening remarks this morning?
I do not. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here.
All right. I have some opening remarks for the board this morning. This is our 4th board meeting since March 5th. 7 weeks of 12-hour plus work days to execute the day-to-day operations of Local 1000. Our members, employer, and others are watching what we do, how we behave, and the choices we make. Yet, we continue the internal fight that continues to obstruct the important work of improving our members' wages, working conditions, and lives. Membership has been declining since July of 2021 and continues to decline. Hope is down. Our influence is on the decline as well. Our members want action on telework, essential worker pay and wages. I met with the 3 VPs on April 14th and asked to stop the infighting and to focus on membership issues. Only Vice President Green agreed at that time. Thursday, April 24th, the International's New York call center began calling new hires to increase our membership. As chair, I executed that work. On April 13th, Heather Conroy of the International, she's the International Vice President for the Public Sector, reached out to me requesting to meet with the 3 VPs and myself on Friday, April 22nd. She met with each of us individually and as a group. She defined our membership issues and asked the 4 of us to stop the infighting and work together for the betterment of the union and the members. We can't continue this internal fight. As a local 1000 board of directors, the choice is yours. Do we continue to fight internally, or do we do the work to build the union and win for the state workforce we represent? As chair, I serve at the pleasure of this board. The future and direction of our local rests with you as directors and the choices you make. I hope this body chooses to make well-informed decisions. It is truly a heavy responsibility that impacts the future of 100,000 members that we represent, their families, and our staff at the local. So with that said, we're going to move on to
point of information. This is Colin Kroll.
Colin, what's your point of information?
With what you just said, can you repeat that part? You had the SEIU International call new employees. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
They have a membership call center. They are calling our new hires on a membership drive, correct?
So we're giving them access to our database with our numbers for all new employees, but you're denying it to the DLC president. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
That is incorrect.
Because I was denied.
I understand you. I understand. So I don't want to get into.
Point of information?
Hang on.
No,
Stop. No crosstalk today. Otherwise, we'll deal with that in a different way. So we want to run a respectful. Hang on, Colin. I'll get back to you. Okay. Everybody deserves respect. Everybody needs to be heard. If we're talking over each other, we don't have a respectful, orderly meeting and we don't get work done. Colin, I understand your issue. I saw your email. I know about the issue. It's being discussed and worked on internally. A very limited list was shared with the International. It was not a complete list nor an adequate list. I agree. I agree. And so does the rest of the 3 VPs that our list sharing at this time is problematic. And we are working through that issue. So there needs to be some policy around lists and availability for people to do their work, including everyone on the board. And with that said, look, I understand, okay? And we're working on it, and you have a very valid point. So with that said, I see a whole bunch of hands. We're not going to get there yet. We're going to go to a report on the agenda committee. David, do you want to give that report, please?
Yeah, sure. So the agenda committee did hear 2 items. One was not necessary because it's technically an part of unfinished business for today because it was initially brought up on the emergency board meeting that was held on the 18th, just this past Monday. So, and the second item was heard and the committee decided to add it to the agenda for today. So that is a Stephen Alari's motion regarding, it's similar to one that we voted on the 18th, but there was changes made and it was presented to the agenda committee as a new item. And so it's regarding the endorsements, I believe. And that's the report from the agenda committee.
Thank you, David. So Old business that was not finished from Monday that was left off the agenda was the COPE committee donations amounts. That's added as agenda item 5F. We will work on getting that. We'll work on getting that out to people, or we'll put it up on the screen at the time that we're going to discuss it. And then added at the end of unfinished old business, but before future business, is the COPE committee added item for endorsements in change in policy file language. With that, I'd like to move the agenda for approval.
We haven't approved the minutes, Bill.
Well,
That comes after the agenda, David.
No, you have it as number 5, approval of board minutes, and then the agenda approval.
I have it as number 7.
Well, how many revisions to the agenda were made?
Probably a few.
Oh, geez, that doesn't make things easier.
Point of order.
No, it
Point
doesn't.
of question.
Point of order, Stephen O'Leary.
The chair recognizes Stephen O'Leary.
Of course.
Mr. Chair, is this the point where we're doing the agenda where if someone wants to amend the agenda, we would be recognized to make that change? And then also the motion that carried over from Monday was the SEIU one voice political endorsement. The one that went to the agenda committee was called COPE contributions.
Okay, so one voice becomes 5F. So to answer your question, this is where the board can change the agenda.
Point of information.
Hang on a second. If you're going to do a point of information or a point of order, you need to state your name afterwards. And the chair recognizes Mary Delacruz, I believe, is next.
Thank you for recognizing me, Bill. So my question is, being that there's many different versions of the agenda, which version should have been emailed out to the board? How do I know that I have the most current revision?
I'm going to let Scott address that for a second.
I just want to keep this simple. I think whatever agenda you have is probably accurate. The only difference is when I saw the agenda yesterday, I noticed that the approval of the agenda was omitted, and that's a step that you need to do. You not only have the report of the agenda committee, but also approval of the agenda. So as far as I'm aware, the only change in last minute change in the format of the agenda is adding in approval of the agenda itself.
So
Point of order, this is Ruth Ibarra, point of order. Can we just, to avoid all this?
Ruth,
Can you just put this up, please?
Ruth, you need to wait to be recognized. We're still finishing with Mary. Mary's on the floor.
So Bill, actually Ruth had a good point. Can we just put up the current one so that we all can see? And that way it's a moot point? Would that be appropriate to do?
I have a point of order. This is Eileen, DLC 789.
If IT has it.
If IT has it, we'll display the current one. So I believe the next point of order was Ruth Ibarra.
Yeah, we're going in circles. Just if we could just put the most current agenda up for everybody to see, we'll all be on the same page and we won't have to have all these, other point of information.
Thank you, Ruth. We're working on that. David, is there a reason why you have your hand up?
Yeah, if we are on the approval of the agenda, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, hang on a second.
So the minutes got put after
Hang
the
on,
agenda.
hang on. So the chair needs to recognize Irene Green.
I do apologize. I'm asking the chair to please recognize Eileen Boughton.
Oh, little miss. All right, the chair needs to recognize Eileen Boughton.
Thank you.
You're
Okay. I had my hand raised when you were making your opening remarks. As far as, can I ask that question first since it was up that entire time?
Well, we weren't taking anything unless it was a point of order or a point of information at that time. Now we're
Okay,
trying,
okay,
now,
go ahead.
now we're trying to get on to the approval of the agenda.
Okay, shouldn't the March 19th be approved before Stephen Lalaurie, because that was done just this past week?
Okay, so the agenda is up. The board can make motions to amend the agenda. And if that's what we're gonna do, we will have Scott explain what the particular votes are, because there's different votes to do that. So we're at the point where we're gonna amend or approve the budget as presented.
The agenda, you mean?
Yeah, the agenda, I'm sorry. So, so does that answer your question for the moment?
Yes, and then now, well, the agenda item that he put on the 18th was a new agenda item to get this money.
All right.
For,
So if you're gonna make a motion or move something, or that, right now, 5F becomes the SEIU One Voice. The added item underneath that is the COPE expenditures and language. So with that said, let's move on. David, you have your hand up?
I have a point of information about item 12 on the agenda. So is that basically the unfinished business from March 19th? It says old business, and that those are the things that were not addressed.
I believe
And from last.
that's a combination of the 19th and the 18th of April.
But shouldn't they be in order from the 19th, March 19th first, and then March 18th after? Or does the most recent unfinished take precedence? Or take priority, top billing?
I placed them on the agenda the best I could. If you want to rearrange the agenda, you can make a motion for that.
Okay, so that was my point of information. I did have a motion that I want to make.
Well, okay. Are there any, I can't, with the agenda up, it's hard for me to see.
Hands are.
Also, we got to check the hands here.
We've got 4 hands up.
So we've got 4 hands up, David. So would you get back in line, please?
I have,
That would be great, because we want to go in order.
okay.
Christina Evatt.
So the chair recognizes Christina Evatt.
No.
I had a question about the New York call center, but we need to discuss that when we can, since you don't
Sure.
want to discuss it now.
We can discuss it in general session this afternoon if you'd like.
Okay. And are we going to keep going back in line for people that want to make motions? I don't want to make a motion. I'm just asking so we can start moving forward.
We're working on moving as fast as we can. Thank you.
John Torok.
Chair recognizes John Torek.
John Turek, DLC 743. I second the motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, John. So
There's no need to.
there's no need to second, but thank you.
Colin Crowell.
The chair recognizes Colin Crowell.
I have a couple of points of information requests. So, number one, back in the last meeting that you had, since I don't know if we've actually done the minutes yet, you had said that you are the chair of the agenda. Policy actually put David as the chair of the agenda committee. So that's one.
David chaired the agenda committee per the policy file.
Okay, well, you said you last meeting, so that's why I wanted to clarify.
I understand.
And if he's the chair of it, shouldn't he be doing the agendas and sending those out?
No,
Why?
because I'm the chair of the board and I chair this meeting.
But he chairs the agenda meeting, which is actually how the actual meeting comes.
I understand that. So now that's here, it's on the agenda here at the board. So we're no longer in the agenda committee. We're at the board now.
Okay. And the second thing I have
You've got
is
some
that,
feedback. You've got some feedback, Cohen, for some reason. It's hard to understand you.
let me try that. Okay. So my second thing is that is the parliamentarian, is he on any of the committees or the board of directors or anything else like that?
No, the parliamentarian
And my
is.
question is, why is he talking to agenda items? Because there's more than one time that he's been doing that. And if he's not a part of this, I understand he can do, advise you on Robert's rules and what should take place here and there, but shouldn't be advising us as to agendas or policy on there, because I know one person got mixed up and voted a different way because he started jumping on there and explaining agenda items. That's not his job.
Okay, so Scott is here to help me run an orderly meeting. And when it makes sense, we allow Scott to address the board directly so that we can keep moving forward and do business. If that's,
you can't explain an agenda item, though,
if
then there's
that's
a problem with you being the chair. Okay,
uh,
I'm not talking about rules, Robert's rules.
Cullen, you're now moving on into a different arena. You're no longer asking a question. You're no longer asking. You're no longer asking a question. You're offering an opinion. So,
okay.
With that said, let's get on with what we're going to do with the agenda here today. I appreciate it.
David Jimenez.
So the chair recognizes David Jimenez.
Myself. So I have two issues or two concerns. I want to make a motion to change the agenda to include the budget committee motion that was not addressed on the 18th. And secondly, there's 1A presented on the agenda. There was a motion that was a substitute motion to that on the 19th. And that was also submitted for this agenda in a timely fashion, but it was deferred till the future business in June. So I don't understand why they were separated. One was given top billing and the other one was kicked down to June when they're competing motions. So I don't know how we rectify that, but I want to make a motion. If I need to make two motions, then I will.
Okay, so let's just make the adjustment on it right now. I understand what you're saying on the budget. That was carryover business from the 18th.
Right.
And should have been on here. So at the moment.
And I'd like to motion that it be at the top of the agenda for today to complete.
I second it.
Second.
Object.
This is becoming very, very hard to follow from this end and to run an orderly meeting. I don't know who's seconding and I don't know who's objecting.
Mary Dela Cruz seconded.
Okay, so
if you need to take down the screen sharing so that you can see the hands, if that helps.
actually, we changed the screen in here so that we can see people. What I was going to recommend, David, if you're in agreement, is that we put the budget item for the moment as 5G.
Sorry, Bill, I won't agree to that. I think it needs to be, it's priority. We have, June meeting, we want to present the budget and it should go through the budget committee first, and we don't have a budget committee with members.
So I understand you don't agree. So just hang on a second. All right. And then we will move the motion that you made on stipends and officer leave to 1B.
Now, can we ask for clarification from the parliamentarian? How does, because those are two competing motions where they address the same thing, but we have different versions, is that the pro? I'm asking.
I understand. So I understand your concern. So let's get a ruling on that.
That's what I'm asking.
Scott, is it appropriate to make that 1B?
So there are two ways of handling that, David. So right now it's being, assuming nobody objects, it's going to be 1B. So 1A is state officer leave and compensation, and 1B would be your motion stipend. So there are two ways of handling it. One is to leave it as is. You deal with 1A first. If 1A is, and then if 1A is adopted, we would also take a look at 1B to determine what conflicts it may have or what to deal with it. If 1A is rejected, then you would move on to 1B. The other alternative would be to when we get to 1A, you would be recognized and you could move 1B as a substitute motion.
Okay, thank you. I think Plan B is the better option that I'll take.
Yeah, in that case, what you should do is when we get to 1A, at some point, just get recognized.
substitute.
For 1B as a substitute motion.
This is Mary Dela Cruz, DLC 772. I object to this. Why can't we move David's motion to the beginning like he requested?
Point of order, Stephen O'Leary.
Mary, hang on,
The
Stephen.
parliamentarian said if there was no objection, if someone object, then that would be addressed, that he just clarified that. Did I misunderstand him?
No, you didn't misunderstand. You object. So where do you want to go from here?
Are you asking me or?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Okay.
I mean, David accepted it.
Let me, because Mary, let me just say, Mary, the same could happen if you put my motion first. This more likely the outcome is going to be that there'll be a motion to substitute that with 1A. So the order at this point doesn't matter. It's just when we make that we consolidate and save time, in my view, and say substitute motion, whichever one be brought up first. We're trying, we're just trying to substitute. So I don't see a big difference.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
All right, Chair recognizes Steve O'Leary.
I'll withdraw my point of, is this for the point of order? I withdraw that. I still, my hands up to speak. I might have an amendment to the motion.
Yeah, he's correct. He's next on the line to speak.
Well,
Yes.
Steve, you're next, so go ahead.
Okay, I move to amend the agenda to move, I understand where David is asking about the budget committee, that the first items of business to be conducted are 1, the creation of the budget committee, 2 would be the SEIU one voice political endorsements, and 3 would be considered as the COPE contribution motion. That's my motion, that we move those to the top of the business after the reports.
Second.
I object. This is Mary Dela Cruz, 772.
You can't object to the motion, Mary. You can vote. You can vote when we vote.
Is there a second of the motion?
Kevin Healy seconded.
Yes, we have Kevin
Roll
Healy as
call
the second.
vote.
Roll call vote, please.
Second.
Okay.
Point of order, that was not in the form of a motion.
I make a motion to roll call
Roll call
vote, please.
order.
Mary Dela Cruz,
Second,
772.
Nicole Solofskoy.
Melissa Vartanian seconds.
And we have 3 people in front of her.
All right, everybody. You have to raise your hand and get in line. We have 3 people, 4 people in front. Now we have 5 people. We're trying to go in order and run this.
So first, Stephen
So,
O'Leary made the
so,
motion you can
so, Steve, just so I make sure I have this, 1 is the budget, 2 is one voice, and 3 is the COPE, right?
Correct.
And then we move on to what would be statewide officer leave and compensation would become 4A, 4B, weapons would become 5,
And,
and
down
so
the
on,
order.
right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, okay.
So Larry's motion, would you like to speak to it?
So Steve, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would ask the board to adopt this. We have a very important business to do. I was going to move the one voice and the COPE first and second, but I understand David's concerned about wanting to have a budget committee so we can get the budget, which is important to our members. The endorsements, the primaries is in June. Plus, right now the CalPERS is having their special election for the public agency seat. It's ongoing right now. And so it's very important that we do the endorsements. These are the endorsements that have gone through the SEAU One Voice process, where all the locals participate. We didn't because our president didn't want us to at the time, but it's important that we move on those endorsements. And then also that we set up a process for giving COPE contributions. And these are urgent matters for our members. That's why I'm asking that these items be moved up to the top of the agenda after the reports. I urge a yes vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Kevin Healy is a second. Do you want to speak?
Just briefly, I endorse what was just stated. We need the world to see that we're back in business and that we're relevant. And if we miss this opportunity at the primaries because of parliamentary procedures, we're not looking very good. We're not going to be able to support our members. So I strongly encourage we dispose of this in a timely manner, and so we can get back into the political arena and show that SEIU is still a functioning union. I support the motion.
All right, thank you, Kevin. All right, so this is a majority vote. We're gonna try this a little, well, do we go to all the?
Point of information, this is Mary Dela Cruz, 772.
Yeah, hang on. Yes, Mary, go ahead.
So I'm a little confused on the process because I have my hand up to speak to this, but we're not able at this time to speak to this.
I understand, Mary, my mistake. I was shifting
Oh,
gears
okay.
back to the hands. Thank you.
So
What's the order?
the order, one second. She dropped off. Mary De La Cruz is next.
So the chair recognizes Mary Dela Cruz.
I appreciate the recognition, but I think Michelle Roy was before me and Naomi. I'm looking at the order, but I will speak if you want me to. I just
The
want to
order-
be fair to my board members.
No, I understand, Mary. Scott's keeping the order of hands
Okay.
going up, and
Okay.
It's not necessarily the same.
it's not necessarily the same as you see on your screen.
Okay.
So
Okay.
go ahead and speak to this, Mary.
So I am saying no to the Steve Alari's amendment because if I'm not mistaken, this sounds like what we just voted no on our last board of directors meeting. It was just repackaged a little different and represented. So there's no emergency because had it been an emergency, we would have had it on the last agenda. And we did have it and it was voted down. So why are we bringing it back? Are we just repackaging it so we can try to get a yes this time as opposed to the no last time? So that being said, I encourage everybody to vote no on this.
All right, Mary, thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information from who? You need to state your name.
Michelle Roy.
Hi, Mish.
I
Go ahead.
actually was, I don't understand, I don't know what Scott is reading, but I actually was in order, like Miss Mary said, to speak to this notion, to concur with what she just said. We just voted this down the other day. So I wanted clarification on, is this still gonna go to the chair first and to go to the co-chair for his approval and then go to the executive board, and it circumvents the board of directors for this process? And if it is, it's the same thing we just voted down. You're circumventing and you're excluding your members and your board at this point in time. So I suggest a no vote to this process.
Back to Naomi Johnson.
The chair recognizes Naomi Musumbi Johnson.
Bill, good morning. I don't know if I'm allowed to say just something in a few minutes. For the past meetings that we've had, and I want the board to listen carefully. We put these things on live, and when we come here, we're not acting appropriately to get business done. No, let me finish.
Out of order.
No,
No crosstalk, no crosstalk, people.
Yes.
Please be
let me
respectful.
finish. I'm not gonna be disrespected by her. Let me finish.
Naomi,
I'm tired. I am
Naomi,
tired of this. She needs to stop disrespecting people.
Naomi, I understand. And I interrupted and I asked everybody to be respectful so that you could have your time and speak. So please go ahead and speak to the agenda.
Yeah, we need to have this agenda done, and we need to have minimum disruption. We are letting down our members. We have lost members, and some of you here act like kids. This is becoming problematic. Grow up and we start doing business.
Point of information, I feel like I'm being harassed and bullied here.
Harassed, shame on you.
Shame on
Okay,
you.
So first of all, that's not a point of information. And again, you didn't use your name, so we don't know who's speaking.
Mary Delacruz, 772,
Okay,
and I
okay.
object to you allowing her
Mary,
yelling at this
Mary,
board like that.
Mary, you need to be recognized after you make your point, okay? So obviously, emotions are running high. And, you know, we should be respectful of each other accordingly. So, you know, every board member is entitled to their moment of time, and every board member is entitled to their personal opinion. So with that, let me see if we can have Naomi finish, and then we will go on. Naomi, are you done?
No, I'm not done. Like I was saying, we need to start getting order in business. We are live on Facebook. We have members watching, and we are going back and forth, and we are not having the business done. Let us get the business done here so that we can move on. Thank you.
All right, Naomi, thank you.
Point of information, Christina, DLC 751.
Yes, Christina, what's your point of information?
Are we discussing still the agenda order? Are we discussing Stephen's motion? What did we do with Dave's motion? Everybody's talking 100 miles a minute, and I'm trying to figure out where we're at, because I thought we were still discussing the agenda, and then we have conversation for no on the motion.
You are absolutely correct. We are discussing the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, what did we do with David's motion
So David's motion for the budget committee is agenda item 1. Agenda item 2 is the One Voice. Agenda item 3 is COPE. And then if you look at your printed agenda, item 1A becomes 4. The other statewide officer compensation submitted by David is 4B. And then weapons becomes 5, and so on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Naomi, put your hand down if you're done, please. The chair recognizes Susan Rodriguez.
Hi, Susan Rodriguez, Chair of Unit 1. Thank you for your recognition. I am in support of adopting the agenda as brought forth and adjusted. I believe that we need to adopt this agenda and able to get some of the work done. I'm in agreement with the order of the agenda. You know, we just need to get to the vote so we can get this done, so we can get our ethics training done, and then we can get some work of the business done, and we can passionately discuss the motions that are on the floor that you guys so want to do right now. So I do please adopt this agenda, or hope you adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. The chair recognizes Colin Crowell.
If I can, I would like to second Susan Rodriguez just to get things moving. And I would like to ask for later on in the day, once we've gotten through the majority of the business, we go to an executive decision or executive session so that we can go through some of the policy or some of the internal issues that we are going through, such as the ability to contact our members.
Okay, taken under consideration, Colin. You know, so noted. John
Turek.
The chair recognizes John Turek.
I call the question.
All right.
Second.
Third.
If you're going to second, again, on Zoom here, you need to give us your name. Who's second?
Jerome Washington.
Thank you, Jerome. So we had a quick little discussion here just to make sure. So we're going to do a simple adoption of the budget as of the movement. So first vote, 2 votes. First vote is to accept Steve O'Leary's reorganization of the agenda. So that's the first vote. We're going to do it as a simple majority vote. What we would like to try to do and see if this works better than the last time, if you go to your reactions button, if you will use the green check to vote yes.
Point of question.
This
This is Mary Dela Cruz, 772. We had asked for a roll call vote.
You can move. You can move. You can. So Mary, you can make a motion for a roll call.
I make a motion for a roll call vote, please.
Nicole Saloff by 770, I second.
Stephen O'Leary, 723. I would object and
Hang on, Steve. Steve, you know what? We're just gonna move through this. So there's been a request for a roll call vote. Roll call vote takes a 2/3 vote of the board. All in favor of a roll call vote, please use the green check. That will help us count. You can leave your hands up in the process, although it might take your hands down.
Point of information, Irene Green, Vice President of Bargaining.
The chair recognizes Irene.
Are we doing a roll call vote on all matters before the board or just a roll call vote on this issue?
Roll call vote on this issue.
Thank you so much.
So I'm not seeing my.
My green check is not working and it took my hand down.
Okay, Mary. Mary, try your green check mark again.
Now it's working. That's suspicious to me. Why does it work at certain times and not?
Hang on a second. So I'm getting some outside information, and we're really trying to address this. So everybody put the green check marks down. Apparently, if you don't have the latest version installed on your computer, some of these things don't work. So let's just go back to, we're going to count hands. So everybody put the green check marks down, please. We understand that this is a process that we're trying to do and trying to understand everybody's different equipment. Robert, would you kill your green check mark off? Thank you. All right.
Stop the screen sharing so we can see everybody on the screen.
All right, so Lisa, can you stop screen sharing, please? Thank you. That helps us out a bit. So would everybody please clear their hands? We're in the middle of a vote. Clear your hands, please.
It takes us out of order of who had their hand up.
We're trying to make sure that we have notes on that. Please clear your hands, John, Miche.
It's not allowing me to do it. I can't control nothing.
It allowed you to put it up.
That's my point, and so I'm.
We understand we understand the frustration.
I am honestly, I'm trying to take it down and it won't let me. So what am I doing wrong?
Point of information, what are we doing right now?
Hang on a second, we'll get there. Let us try to, Lisa, would you clear all hands, please? Thank you. All right, with all hands cleared, we are voting on whether or not to take a roll call vote. It's a 2/3 majority. All board members who are in favor of a roll call vote, please raise your hands.
What the hell?
All right. Anybody else at this moment before we move on? All right, everybody, please lower your hands.
I don't care.
Nicole, Miche, are you still having trouble? Monica, Mary? I guess Lisa, clear all hands, please. Thank you. All right, all those opposed to a roll call vote, raise your hands. By a vote of 27 yes to 19.
19 yes and 28 no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get this right before the end of the day. By 19 yes
And 27
to
no.
27 no, the motion fails. So let's please clear hands, Lisa. Thank you.
So the motion is now to.
All right, so now by a simple majority of vote, the motion is to whether or not to adopt the agenda.
No, to move Larry's items up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now,
This is way too complicated. All right, we're voting to move Steve Valori's motions up. It's a simple majority vote. So all those in favor of moving
I make a motion for a roll call vote, please.
This is Melissa Vartanian. I second the motion.
That just lost. We just voted on that, and that
You
was
said-
defeated.
You said that we cannot do a blanket, had to be individual, and that's what we're doing.
No, we just had a motion to do a roll call vote. We just voted on that. That failed. So now we're voting on moving Stephen O'Leary's proposed change in the budget. So
Agenda.
I'm on the budget. I want to be on the budget, I guess. So we're on the agenda. So we're voting to move Stephen O'Leary's motion to reorganize the agenda the way we discussed. It's a simple majority vote. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, please raise your hands. Okay, Lisa, would you clear hands, please? All right. We still have a hand. There we go. All right, thank you. I shouldn't see any hands right now. Thank you. All right, all those opposed?
Could you
Please
read
move.
out the yeses?
I will read it out after we do the opposed. All those opposed?
Yeah, 29 yes, 17 no.
Okay, so by a vote of,
For the record, this is Ruthie Barra. Sorry, Val. I'm abstaining from this vote, so can you please write that down? Thank you.
All right. By a vote of 29 yes to 13 no, the agenda is amended. So Lisa, would you please clear hands? All right.
Point of order. This is Ruth Ibarra, DLC 787.
The chair recognizes Ruth as a point of order.
Hi, this is getting all too overwhelming and confusing, and not knowing what the amendments look like or what's happening is just becoming really complicated. Is there a way that when we're making amendments to the language of a motion, that it's put up in a Word document with those changes being made at the time, so that we all are very clear as to what the amendments are to that said motion? I've seen it done in conferences that are much bigger than these, and other board meetings that I attend to. I think this will help us kind of know what's happening to that particular motion. This is just hearing it, and then like with all these other interruptions happening, it's making it very, very difficult to know what we're voting on and what the amendments are to the motion.
Okay, Ruth, we understand. We will at some point see what we can do to take your request under advisement. So,
thank you.
So Han Dan, you have your hand up. Is that for a reason?
Yes, this is Huang Bunwen, DLC 781. I make a motion to vacate the chair and nominate David Jimenez, place the chair.
Your motion is out of order.
I challenge this determination because there are no motions on.
I second it.
Your motion is out of order.
I second the motion.
I challenge
Mary
this,
Dela
I
Cruz.
challenge this determination, and I
772.
request a vote of the board.
Monica Rodriguez, I second.
I didn't hear the last thing you said. Got confused.
Monica Rodriguez and Mary Dela Cruz.
So you're out of order. You're speaking over each other, so it makes it very hard for us and the parliamentarian to understand what's happening. So that's out of order. So where
Yes,
we're at,
You understand perfectly well.
Mr. Hall, when you made your determination, I stated afterwards that I challenge your determination, and I request for a vote of the board of directors to challenge your determination that this motion is out of order.
Point of order, Stephen O'Leary.
Go to Steve Larry first.
okay, so just so everybody, we're gonna go to Steve while Scott thinks this through for a second, and then we will give you a ruling. So the chair recognizes Steve O'Leary.
Yes, Mr. Chair, are we not still voting on the approval of the agenda now that it's been amended?
Correct.
The motion's on the floor now.
Do not interrupt the vote.
That is correct. And the position of the parliamentarian is we do not interrupt the vote. So do you want, hang on a second. So here's how we're going to address this at the moment. We're going to finish the vote on the agenda, and then we can take up the challenge to the chair. So with that said, would everybody please put their hands down? Lisa, clear hands, please.
I have a point of information, David Jimenez.
Point of information, David, go ahead.
So my understanding that this motion is on the agenda, but it was deferred for the June meeting. So my understanding is because it was properly submitted for today's meeting, that it could be voted to be heard today by a majority vote of the board. Because it was submitted.
So David, so nobody made a motion to change the agenda. We're in the process of approving or not approving the agenda at this point. So Your point.
I thought that
your
was
point-
Vaughn's point.
No, Vaughn made a motion to vacate the chair. And then she challenged the chair's ruling that she was out of order. So my ruling currently is that we're in the middle of a vote. We're going to finish the vote on the agenda, and then the next item we're going to take up is a challenge to the chair.
So if Vaughn wanted to address that issue in a different manner, she could ask for that. It could be added to the agenda by making the motion to bring it forward.
Not at this time, David, because we're on the point of, we're to the point of a vote. We're in a vote. That time has passed.
Point of information, but if we're challenging your
Mary?
determination.
Mary?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I recognize your voice, but what we need to do today is, point of information or point of order and state your name.
Point of order, Mary Dela Cruz.
Okay.
772. My whole question, but if she's challenging your decision, why are we going to wait till after the vote? That's the whole purpose of challenging your decision to move to that. That's what's confusing.
Okay, Mary, so I'll explain that very clearly. We're in the middle of a vote to approve the agenda. We're on the agenda. The challenge to the chair, vacating the chair, was out of order because we were in the middle of a vote. So when I said she was out of order, she challenged that ruling. So what we're doing is we're completing the work on it. We're completing the vote on the agenda, and then we will take up the challenge to the chair.
Point of information, Christina, DLC 751. Maybe it's clarification.
Okay, Christina, go ahead.
We just voted for Stephen O'Leary's motion to rearrange the agenda. I'm asking this for clarification. We voted for Stephen O'Leary's recommendation or motion to update the agenda. Do we go directly to the vote for the agenda, or can other people make motions before we go directly to the agenda? That I'm just a little bit unclear on that because I'm sorry, somebody's talking. Okay.
Okay, so hang on, Christine. Would you repeat your question for Scott? He wants to make sure he hears it.
Okay, my question is, we just voted on Steve's motion to update the agenda. Do we go directly to a vote, or do other people get a chance to make a motion? Because we're on Zoom and you raise your hands, lower your hands. I'm just trying to keep everything straight so I know what I'm doing for the board and stuff. Other people want to make a motion. Do they get a chance, or do we just do, because of timelines, we're changing, we are just going straight to a vote? Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, that makes sense. Hang on a second.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I stand corrected by the parliamentarian. We had a speakers list, so we're not going to have a vote on this. We're going to go back to the speakers list that Scott was keeping to continue the speakers list on the agenda. So the next one.
Okay, 1 second. Let me read who was on the list at the time, because that way you don't need to raise your hands. So this is the speakers list at the time we cleared the hands in order to go for the vote on the amendment. So you only need to raise your hand if you want to speak and you're not on the list I'm about to read. Okay? So first would be Melissa, and I'm sorry if I get your names mispronounced, because I abbreviated. Melissa Vartanian, Wong Van Nguyen, Eileen Broughton, Mary Dela Cruz, but she would be deferred because she's already spoken. Teresa Taylor, Nicole Sarkovsky, Ben Arriaga, Marie Blaine. That's the list that existed at the time. So if you want to speak, and again, the motion right now is on on the adopting the agenda. If you want to speak and you are not on the list I just read, raise your hand.
Sir, can you please take my name off? I don't have a question.
I'm sorry, who was that?
It's Nicole Solofskoy.
Okay,
Thank you.
Melissa Vartanian as well.
all right. So John Tarak is first.
All right, so the chair recognizes John Tarak.
Sorry, I'm off the list as well.
Tarak, Tanian, Juan Van Wyn.
So the chair recognizes Juan Van Wyn.
DLC 781 Hong Van Nguyen. Since we're at the point where we are approving the agenda, I do agree that it is time to take that vote so we can move on. And I understand the next thing that we're going to be voting on after that will be vacating the chair.
The point of order on vacating the chair, not the motion itself. Yeah, but,
It's the point of order.
okay, next is Eileen Brown.
Point of information, David Jimenez.
Chair. The chair recognizes David Jimenez for point of information.
I was just wondering for that few, the vote after this one, is that a majority or is it a 2/3 vote?
I'm not sure what vote he's referring to.
So as I understand, if you're going to challenge the chair, it's a 2/3 vote.
Or, no, it's a majority vote. Negative.
Majority vote?
Yeah, challenging the chair, but.
So, yeah.
So hang on. Challenging the chair is a majority vote. And we'll go over that again when we get there. Okay, this is confusing for all of us, including me at this point. So let's see if we can move on to our next.
Okay, so the next speaker was, 1 second. I think it was Eileen Brown.
So the chair recognizes Eileen Boughton.
This is Eileen, DLC 789. I just want to be sure that, okay, we're voting after this vote that we put Stephen and Larry's motion on the agenda. But before his vote, we're going to vote on the budget committee, correct?
Budget committee, the current agenda, the budget committee is item number 1. The SIU 1 voice is item number 2. The COPE language to add to the policy file is item number 3. Then on your printed items under number 12, item 1 becomes 4A. We have a 4B, and so on down the list.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Point of information, Kevin Healy.
The chair recognizes Kevin Healy for a point of information.
I am sincerely confused. Are we now speaking on inserting Mr. O'Leary's amendments, or are we speaking on whether or not to approve the full agenda?
We're speaking on whether or not to approve the full agenda.
Thank you.
Teresa Taylor.
So the chair recognizes Teresa Taylor.
Yeah, I was a little confused myself. Thank you all for clarifying. So that was going to be my first question. But secondarily, it's just the agenda. Let's just adopt the agenda. It has been adjusted. Let's get through that and move on so we can do business. It's ridiculous that we continue to have it's 11:30 almost. This is ridiculous. So let's move on.
The chair recognizes Ben Arriaga.
Yes, I'm in support of approving the agenda. I would just like it as soon as we're able to get back to the agenda after the next vote. Well, I'll just make a point of information at that point. Thank you.
Marie Blaine.
The chair recognizes Marie Blaine.
Yes, I also would like to move with the agenda and approve, take a vote. We have the agenda. My agenda that I'm looking at has 29 pages and it's long. So I would appreciate if everyone would stay on track. Thank you.
Kevin Healy.
Chair recognizes Kevin Healy.
Evan Healy, 752. I call the question.
Yeah. hang
Second,
on.
Jerome Washington.
Okay. All right, just so there's no confusion, so thank you for calling the question in a second. Just to make sure everybody understands, the reason why we didn't go back to Miche Roy before Kevin was because Miche had already spoken, and we let people who haven't spoken speak first. With that said,
Motion to close debate.
we have a motion to close debate. Do you have the current list of hands in case we come back?
Yes, I do.
All right, we have a current list of hands. So let's go ahead and clear all hands, Lisa. Thank you very much. All those in favor of ending debate, remember it's a 2/3 vote. Please raise your hand.
I'd like to make a motion for a roll call vote, please.
We're already in the vote, Mary.
It's the functions are delayed.
Out of order. All right, let's not, no crosstalk, please. Let's just finish the vote and move on.
Yeah, I got 35, yes. 36.
Okay, Lisa, can we please clear the hands? Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand.
Point of information, I'm confused. What are we opposing? I'm
Ending
sorry,
debate.
Christina, DLC 751. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Christina. We're voting on whether or not to end debate. So right now, it's all opposed to ending debate. Please raise your hand.
It's 35 to 10. Debate is closed.
To end debate or keep it going? I thought this one was to keep it going, opposing it.
We're voting on to end debate. So by a vote of 36 yes to 10 no, debate is ended. Lisa, would you clear hands, please? Thank you.
So the motion is to adopt the agenda.
All right, now we're on the vote to adopt the agenda. So all those in favor of adopting the agenda, please raise your hands.
Yes. Three.
All right. Lisa, would you please clear hands? Thank you. I hope that makes it a little easier for everybody. All those opposed to adopting the agenda, please raise your hands. By a vote of 33 to 11, the agenda has been adopted. Thank you very much. We have some guests that are waiting to speak to the board. We're going to move to Heather Conroy, the Executive Vice President of the Public Sector Division. We will come back and pick up the challenge to the chair after that. Lisa, can you bring up Heather?
Hello.
Good morning, Heather. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me join you today. You guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good. I bet you all have experienced this a little bit too. Once in a while, my internet gives me a little bit of trouble. So I'm hoping that I don't freeze while I'm with you today, but I trust that you'll let me know if that happens, and I'll step back. I just want to first thank your chair, Bill, for inviting me to join you all today. I really do love every opportunity I get to meet with locals from across the country. For those of you that don't know me, I'm an executive vice president of SEIU. As Bill said, I'm Heather Conroy, and I work primarily with our public division locals all across the US, Puerto Rico, and Canada. And then I work with our locals on the West Coast around their organizing work as well. And, obviously I love when I get a chance to meet with members and meet with boards like all of you. But the truth is I actually look forward to time I get to spend with local 1000 leaders a little bit more than most of the locals. And that's because I actually grew up in a local just a little bit north of you all up in Oregon, where I started working with Local 503 in 1997 and worked with and for the members of that local until 2016 when I became an executive vice president. And so getting to join you all as state workers feels a little bit like coming home. So I appreciate the invitation. And it's also special because Local 1000 is a cornerstone of SEIU. It's a cornerstone of our public division. You may not know it or not, but that your local actually represents more public employees than any other local in SEIU. You are our largest group of public employees in the union. So that means the work that happens in your local sets the tone, not just for you all, and not just for people of California, but for folks all across this country. And you already know that your coworkers throughout California and their families are counting on you all for your leadership and your vision. But I'm here to let you know that the public workers around the rest of this country also are looking to you all to lead the way, to make sure that public workers are respected, protected, and paid in the ways that we're deserved. And so in SEIU and around the union, our vision, and for those of you, I know a lot of you aren't new to the union by any means, you know that our vision is a vision of a just society where everybody is valued and respected, where all families and communities can thrive, and we leave the world a better place for the generations to come. And that's what motivates us in the work that we do every day. And our vision is really threatened by two forces. I know sometimes we have our internal conversations that we need to have and the struggles we need to have, but ultimately the obstacles that stand in our way of achieving that vision aren't each other. It's corporate power and it's structural racism. Big corporations and the politicians that they pay for drive wages down. They fight our unions, and they try to use race to divide us and limit our power. And we know from our experiences that the best ways to push through that and to get beyond that is to unite workers across race and place, and to build a strong, leader-rich union that can really check those corporations and put them in their place and work to dismantle the structural racism that holds us all back. And there's no question that we've been through some difficult years over the last few years. In 2018, there was the Janus decision, followed by the pandemic and far too many lives lost during the pandemic, the droughts and the fires that have been plaguing the West, the continued killing of Black men and women at the hands of police, an uptick in violence against Asian Americans, and the continued growing economic inequality. It's clear that we have our work cut out for us in terms of fighting injustice. And I know here at Local 1000, you all are having your own internal struggles that you're working through. And it's not easy, but we have seen that time and time again through these difficult situations, when we set our differences aside and join together, we do have the power to not just survive, but to thrive. And after Donald Trump was elected and he paved the path for the Janus decision coming down out of the Supreme Court, we doubled down on building our membership through the Together We Rise program that's been designed to support local unions like your own in realizing our battle cry. I don't know if you remember this, but when we were facing Janus, we were saying, there's no court decision that's going to stand in our way of building power for workers. And that's what the Together We Rise program is all about. It's helping support locals like yours realize that cry. And then when the pandemic hit, we united behind the demands of respect us, protect us, and pay us, fighting to win PPE, telework arrangements where possible, COVID leave, and demanding that government and corporations step up. And we successfully passed massive relief for state and local governments who were facing incredible shortfalls due to the shutdown of so many businesses and communities during the pandemic. So there's no doubt that there's a lot more work to be done in Local 1000, and a renewed focus on new hires and membership, organizing work sites to enter into the 2023 bargaining cycle from a position of strength, and working to elect governor and a legislature who's committed to state workers are all things that should be on the to-do list. And those are some tall tasks. But the good news that I have for you is that you don't have to do it alone. I want you to know that the rest of the SEIU family has your back, and we're prepared to roll up our sleeves and to do that work with you. In SEIU, we say stronger together. Again, I'm sure it's something that you all have heard. You might even have a t-shirt or a placard that says it. But it's far more than a slogan for us. We understand that our strength comes from our unity. That's what we've got as working people. We don't have the money that corporations have. We don't have the same clout as individuals. None of us are like an Elon Musk, at least not that I know of, who gets the attention and persuades in major ways. We get our power from our unity by standing together and working together and moving forward together. And as leaders, it's really up to each and every one of us to work to unite workers together, despite our differences, around that vision of a better future. And it's our job as leaders to engage our members and engage non-members into direct action that will help strengthen our ability to impact on the day-to-day at work and the broader world around us. And so I'm looking forward to standing with all of you and leading with you and organizing with you to strengthen Local 1000 so we can make that future a better future for all of us. And I actually came today with two colleagues that I want to just share a little bit of time with. I came today with Niniki Lee. Some of you may know Niniki. She has been around SEIU for, I think, between 20 to 25 years. And she's a California girl, although she's not there right now. She's the public sector division director in SEIU and is my partner in the work that we do with all of our public locals. And then I also have with me today, Andy Potter. Andy Potter is the strategic director of the Michigan Corrections Officers Union in SEIU. He's also a vice president of SEIU, where he serves on our international executive board, as well as our executive committee, and chairs our union-wide corrections council, leading corrections workers on developing and leading on an agenda to make sure that the health and well-being of workers who work in corrections, whether they're corrections officers, dietary, social workers, nurses, their issues are met and addressed, and also facing the realities of how structural race in the correction system impacts those who are incarcerated, but also dehumanizes those who work in corrections as well. And the other piece, I mentioned Andy's from Michigan, and so I asked Niniki to join to talk a little bit more about the work that we're doing in the division that we are doing and can support you all with. And then Andy was going to talk a little bit about the experience in Michigan. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Niniki.
Thanks, Heather, and good morning, Local 1000. It's afternoon for me. I'm here in DC, but Heather's right. I'm a California girl, and I have for many years enjoyed the work that I've had the privilege of doing with Local 1000. I wanted to just say a little bit about, Heather touched on this, but I wanted to say a little bit more about the work that the union is doing around building membership density. Because in addition to some of the other things that we have leaned into this year, what we've decided is that 2022 is going to be the year that we will reverse the decline of of union membership. When it comes to member strength and density, and that specifically is the number of members versus the total number of represented workers, we've been on a very slow decline since the Janus decision, which hit in 2018. And when I say we, I mean Local 1002. We were making some improvements on our new hire recruitment rate, which meant eventual improvements in density, but then the pandemic hit. And everyone took a huge hit for several reasons. But one of the most common across the union is the loss of in-person access to new hires to recruit them into our union. I'm sure folks here have experienced that in your own work sites and departments. And would be curious to know, we don't have a lot of time to talk about it, but I'd be curious to know how many of you are back to in-person new employee orientations. And it's important that we make that a priority. So let me just talk a little bit specifically about Local 1000. So at Local 1000, you have lost a total of 6% in membership density since the beginning of the pandemic. At the start of the pandemic, you were at 60% membership. That meant, approximately, of the 100,000 folks or so that you represent, 60,000 of them belong to the union. And today, that number is 54%. The new hire recruitment rate was at 51% before the pandemic, and today it's at 19%. So across the union, we're asking locals to set a new member sign-up goal for the year. And that really just comes down to, for those of you who are familiar with organizing, how many cards will you need to reverse the trend, taking turnover into account. And when we crunch the numbers a little bit, what we know is that for Local 1000, that's about 6,065 cards. That's the minimum we need in order to reverse the trend of declining membership density. The good news is that we are working together. We have a team of folks on the ground right now who are working in partnership with you, thanks to your leadership. Bill Hall, Irene Green, Annika Walls, and David Jimenez have agreed to partner with us. And we have folks who are working with the Local 1000 team to think about how we design and implement a plan to turn that number around. And it might seem daunting. I even pondered over whether or not I wanted to bring those numbers to you today, but I think, this board, you all have, really tackled some really huge problems before. And I have no doubts that, together we will, figure this one out too. But it's a huge priority for SEIU as a whole. And as Heather said, as the largest public sector union, public sector local in our union, we are very much focused and very much interested in turning things around.
Nikki, you ended up being muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I won't belabor that point. Again, I thought it was important to bring that information to you. There's one other thing that I want to touch on, and Heather mentioned it before as well. She talked a little bit about the work that the public division, did to fight for federal funding. And, specifically at Local 1000, those numbers are significant. And I wanted to just share with you a little bit of information about that. So back in May of 2020, when the state of California projected a massive $54 billion deficit, the public division was campaigning hard for flexible federal relief for state and local governments. We knew that relief was coming, but what our goal was to make sure that state and local governments was going to get a significant chunk of that relief. And with, all of the work that we did, including member call-in days, generating thousands of calls and lobby visits and letters to Congress, eventually What we won was the inclusion of 350 billion in state and local fiscal recovery fund in the American Rescue Plan Act. And that fund alone provided 27 billion to the state of California. So in addition, SEIU co-founded, and co-led the Public Health Jobs Now Coalition, which also secured a historic 7.6 billion federal investment in the state and local public health workforce through the American Rescue Plan. And it helps support the jobs in the California Department of Public Health and across the state public health system. So we continue to support locals in making demands on the ARP money. And our offense and policy teams have been convening webinars, which we know have been well attended by Local 1000 staff and members, all around sharing our expertise and resources to help you campaign for that money. So I have several other examples of ways that we've worked together. I'm gonna stop here and turn it over to Andy, but I again wanted to give you all some very specific examples about how our work together is going to have a direct impact on the pocketbooks of Local 1000 members. And I'm looking forward to continuing the work that we've been doing together. So with that, I am going to turn it over to our partner, Andy Potter. Andy?
Thanks, Nikki. I just want to start by saying how much it means to me to be able to be here and to talk with all of you about some of the issues that probably plague us all. I know I'm in Michigan, but we have a lot of issues in Michigan that we don't just own here in Michigan. When it comes to our industries and our professions, especially those that work in and around law enforcement and public safety and corrections. As Nikki and Heather both mentioned, we have many different classifications, including not just corrections officers. And a lot of folks think when we talk about our work that it just pertains to those folks, and it doesn't just pertain to those folks. It's parole, probation, to youth detention facilities. We've got social workers, teachers, and medical staff, clerical cooks, and others. In approximately 12 different states. I'm not sure how many know, but we represent approximately 60,000 folks inside of law enforcement, corrections, and public safety. And that's a lot of voices. And, Mary Kay Henry and the officers of SEIU felt, because of the way the landscape has been changing so drastically in these professions for all of us, they felt strongly about bringing those professions together and establishing a cohort of leaders that we call the Corrections Council and Public Safety. It's Corrections and Public Safety Council is what it's evolved into. And we established it several years ago in order to bring together some of the best minds we have in SEIU in order to unearth the places that we have in common in our different states and the places that plague us all, and to be able to pull our best minds together to get best practices and find solutions to some of those things that are on the front stage right now when it comes to criminal justice issues, from COVID protocols to staffing issues to criminal justice reform issues that work and that don't work. And together, we have a much stronger voice and a much stronger position to point those things out where they do work and where they don't work. The reason it's so important that we work on a national level is to inject our voices where so far we haven't been able to inject our voices. There's a lot of policies, there's a lot of laws being established that are going to shape what all of our work looks like in the public sector for years to come. And the leadership of SEIU thinks it's extremely important to position ourselves inside of those conversations directly so that we can have the greatest impact for our members when it comes to them having a voice in how we shape what that work looks like. And we can't do that by just resisting some of the stuff. We have to come together and find those places that we agree. And I don't want to say that we agree on everything, because we don't. And that's one of the best parts about SEIU, as far as I'm concerned, coming from Michigan, is that we have a place to voice our opinion, and we have a place to also find alignment with each other from around the United States and build something stronger for our professions. So because of the time, I think it's important that I shift just a little bit. I know some of you are going to be coming to the Corrections Council. I just want to say that I'm excited about that. And a lot of us leaders that are on the Corrections Council always are encouraged when others want to come and join the work and make that work stronger. So it means a lot to me, being the chair of that council for so many years and seeing how important it's been in my state to see others come. So we can talk more about it if you want and what that can look like in the future. But I think it's important that I just shift a little bit, if you'll allow me to explain why it's so important for my local and the other locals in Michigan to be a part of the public division work and that mind trust. So starting in 2012, I won't belabor this, but I think it's important that I give you a little lay of the land in Michigan. In 2012, we went right to work before Janus' decision. And because of the enormous right-wing anti-union attacks that we in the public sector now are being decimated. We are across the country. You all know this. It doesn't matter what state you're in, you're under attack. And in Michigan, it's gotten so bad that we now are mandated to re-sign each and every one of our members every year to belong. And, so we have to have different kinds of organizing campaigns year around in order to continuously re-sign our memberships. And having important programs like the Corrections Council and the Together We Rise work off of, and to build best practices with that collective mind trust of other leaders in similar situations. The public vision of SEIU has been invaluable in Michigan. Even when it comes to the attacks from outside organizations like the Freedom Foundation, in spite of all of those attacks we've endured towards labor, especially in the public sector in Michigan, my local has managed to maintain a pretty strong active membership. We hold about 22, anywhere between 22 and 87% of dues paying members. And they're very active. And what makes it worth noting is that my members, they no longer have seniority rights. They no longer have shift rights or vacation picks, or even a right to say what work location they want to be in. But they still understand the strength of the union, the strength of having a collective voice. So we're just not on an island by ourselves. My members are primarily, they lean conservative, but over the years, they've seen firsthand how their contract has been gutted and eroded, and who you elect matters. So I'm happy to talk more about this and answer any questions about what's going on in Michigan and how we've positioned ourselves to maintain the membership that we do. But I'll pause and answer questions or otherwise. I'm not sure if we have time or not, but otherwise I can hand it back to whoever needs it.
So thank you, Andy. I'm not sure you want to take questions from this group today. We're pretty contentious this morning. I see everybody smiling and laughing. Neneki, Andy, Heather, thanks for coming and addressing us this morning. It's appreciated. And I certainly, as one, appreciate the assistance and the support that the International is giving Local 1000 right now. And I'm sure that the other 3 statewide officers would agree with that. So We appreciate that. We're going to move on and see if we can get some business done today. Thank you for being here and have a great weekend.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for having us.
Hi, Bill. This is Ruthie Barra. I'm gonna address something right now, and I might be out of order, but that comment was so unnecessary to say that we shouldn't take questions because we're a little contentious today. It's inappropriate. It's disrespectful to the board members, and you keep making such comments. You started off this whole meeting in a very negative vibe, and I'm just taking offense to those comments that you make and are consistently making throughout these meetings. So I just want to bring that to your attention and tell you that those types of comments are highly offensive.
Okay, taking under advisement. We have a few hands up. So I'm going to just real quick run down through a couple of hands before lunch. We have Mary Delacruz.
I don't think so.
Mary, are you there?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up. Thank you for first of all, acknowledging me. I agree. I think a lot of things that are being said here is offensive. Now, if offensive is a way it's okay. You mentioned earlier that we can express ourselves. I was very offended by that one board member that was yelling at us and the comments that are being made. But listen to what I'm saying. If you're saying that's okay, that people have a right to express themselves and say how they feel, I don't believe so. But what I don't want to see is you allowing other people to do it and shutting down other people. We should all be respectful of one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I think we should all be respectful of each other. And I agree. Colin Crown, recognized by the chair.
Yeah, well, until you let them go, I actually did have questions for Heather. So you don't speak for the entire board, Bill. So in the future, you should ask if there are questions. And I would prefer if you reach out to her and if we have a executive session, she would be allowed to be there to answer questions.
I am sure that Heather would be more than happy to come back and talk to us in the future when we have some more time. With that, it's 12 o'clock.
I mean, today.
My hand's been raised, Bill, for the entire time, and I've been quiet, so don't end it yet. Let us speak. We've been here for a while.
Okay.
I've been quiet, but you want to end it on me.
Hang on. All right. So Eileen, you did have your hand up for a long time, so go ahead, Eileen.
Thank you. I think that these items, the ethics, the speakers, the report, 8, 9, 10, 11, them were all new businesses that should be after old business. So we need to continue with the old business at hand from March 19th and April 8th and what we just voted on right here. These other things are going to take up time for what we want to accomplish. So I think that was out of order. And I don't, and you stated that. And on the agenda, you don't show new items, old items or unfinished business, but you agreed to that earlier when we talked, when I asked in the agenda committee, we would go with all that. So I want to voice my concern on that. I think all of them, these 9, 10, and 11 should come after the agenda, what we voted on.
You're ready.
Thank you.
Okay. I greatly appreciated. With that, we're going to go to lunch. We'll resume at 1 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Lisa, we're gonna get going again, everybody?
Okay, now, we had some hands, okay, they're still up, so we had some hands raised at the end of the thing, so I guess we'll, I'm assuming. Okay, so we get three here after lunch.
Oh, my camera's tilted to the floor.
We're on speakerphone.
Yes, we're on the speakerphone.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay, and Naomi.
All right, hi, everybody, welcome back. We have some hands up, so the chair recognizes Naomi Musambi Johnson. Naomi, are you back?
She's on, tell her she's on.
Naomi, you're still muted if you're here. All right, Naomi doesn't seem to be here yet, so we'll come back to her in a moment. Christina Evett, are you with us? Doesn't look like it. We'll come back to them in a moment. Eileen Boughton, your hand went up. The chair recognizes Eileen Boughton.
Are we gonna have another roll call to see if we're all here?
I would just call the people who weren't here before.
We'll just call for anybody who wasn't present in the past.
How do
And
we know if somebody hasn't left though and not coming back?
well, what we'll do is we'll just look at the number of people on here and make sure we still have a quorum.
Point of question, point of clarification. I agree with what the young lady said because they might just have their
Mary?
screen up.
Yep, Mary,
Yes, sir.
it's a point of order or a point of information.
Point of
And you need to use your name so we know who you are.
I apologize. I believe then this would be a point of information. Mary-
Probably a point of order.
Okay, point of order, Mary Dela Cruz, 772. I agree because many of us left our computers up and walked away for lunch. So just because my computer's up doesn't mean I'm present.
I understand and agree, and that's why we ask people to keep their screens on. So we're gonna take a look at this.
Thank you.
And the reason why I would prefer not to do a roll call vote after lunch is that it takes 20 minutes.
Sorry that it's inconvenient, but I believe you should do it.
I agree. I second
So,
that.
okay, wait a minute. Again, if you're gonna
Point of
speak up-
order, Mary Dela Cruz, 772.
Hang on, Mary. Wait to be recognized, please. I had some other people speak up and not identify themselves. So please remember, if you're going to speak up, you need to identify yourself.
Go ahead, Monica.
No, that's not the way this works. Monica can be recognized, but people should not be speaking until they're recognized. We're doing the
Or are
best.
we still using the green
Larry,
button?
point of
Are we still
information.
using the green button for?
No, that wasn't working for everybody, so we're only using hands.
Wow.
Suggestion.
So,
Point of information, Stephen O'Leary.
Use your hand, Steve. That's what we're being instructed to do.
That's
hang,
right.
hang on. Point of information or point of order, you can speak out. That way we know who you are and we'll do a list as we can. But we're having so many of these that it's hard to keep track. So Scott has something for a minute. I'll be right back. So I'm going to just go back and address everybody's concerns. Please make sure everybody has their cameras turned on. As long as we can see you, we know you're here. We'll count and see if there's a quorum or not. If there's not a quorum, then we'll do a roll call. So, we're just trying to move forward and get business done. With that said, I had a couple of hands up. Christina
Point of
Evans.
information, Stephen O'Leary.
Yes, Stephen, go ahead.
Stephen O'Leary, DC 723. How about, Mr. Chair, is it possible that you have everybody lower their hands And the people are here to raise their hands, and you can count if we have a quorum by the number of hands that get raised. The quicker way.
Scott,
Suggestion.
yeah, Steve, Scott can go through and see everybody's faces on the screen and count. So
Thank you.
if Scott determines that there's a quorum,
I'm
then we
in
won't
Zoom
do a
meeting,
roll
but go
call.
ahead.
If there's a question if Scott's concerned, doesn't think we have a quorum, then we will do a roll call.
Turn on your camera.
So please, everybody turn on their cameras. If you have backgrounds up or something, you need to turn your backgrounds or get in front of your camera so we can see you. So like De Leon, Mary, Cindy, if you turn your cameras on, we can see you and make sure we count.
Point of information, Danette Sparkman, DLC 762.
Okay, Danette, what's your point of information?
I'm not able to turn my camera on at this point, but I am here.
Okay, we will count you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Cindy Doyle,
Now-
DLC 790, ditto.
Okay, Cindy.
787, the same.
Same thing for me, DLC 741.
Okay, here's what I would suggest. Have staff clear the hands. If you can turn on your camera, do so. If you can't turn on your camera, raise your hand.
All right. So we're gonna make a list real quick. So we have 3 people right now with their hands up. And then we're gonna try to make an attempt at this. All right, everybody, let's clear the hands. All right. If you're present, whether you can turn your camera on or not, if you are present, please raise your hand. Scott's going to go through and check.
Okay, we have 44 hands raised, that's a quorum.
Okay, so to report out, we have 44 hands raised. That's a quorum. Please lower your hands. Lisa can clear them if that's easier. All right. So I have a list. However, Christina Evett was on, and then I would imagine she got bumped off. So Christina Evett, you're recognized by the chair?
Never mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What's that?
Teresa Taylor.
No, we have Dylan. So the chair recognizes DeLeon Seacrest? DeLeon, did you drop off?
Sorry about
That's
that.
okay.
I just had a comment. I think some people are being very dilatory and being disruptive and delaying the meeting, and I wish they would stop. And I wish people that are watching this on Facebook pay attention to the ones that are doing that, because I think it's very disruptive, and we only got one thing done so far this whole morning. That's terrible. Thank you.
All right. The chair recognizes Mary Dela Cruz. Mary Dela Cruz? All right. The chair recognizes Donette Sparkman.
I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute myself.
Okay, I hope everybody can unmute themselves. Is this Donette or Mary?
Apologize, this was Mary Dela Cruz, 772.
Okay, Mary, go ahead. We got you.
Turn back on.
You're back on mute, Mary. Are you there, Mary?
She's off mute, but I don't think we can hear her.
No, it doesn't seem like it for some reason. Mary, check your connection. We'll come back to you in a second. The chair
Point of information, Sharonda Ward.
Point of information, Sharonda Ward, go ahead.
Is there a connection issue? Because I got kicked out right when you were telling us to turn on the video, and then it said something about invalid meeting, and it wouldn't let me back in for a minute.
I don't know. We have Lisa on from IT. I'm sure she'll take a look at that without further ado. It's possible it's your home internet connection. I have a terrible time for my house. And sometimes turning my camera off helps, although that causes other problems for people, right?
Point of information, Kevin.
Point of information, Kevin Healy.
I found out the hard way last time. If you have it open on any other item, it won't allow two at once. So you may want to check that you're not open on a computer and a phone or an iPad.
Thank you, Kevin, for the assistance. So the chair recognizes Donette Sparkman. Donette, are you still here? We seem to be having a tough time this afternoon after lunch.
I don't have my hand raised, so I don't know why you're calling for me.
Oh, you did before, so I'm just going down through the list that I had, Donette. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Ruth Ibarra. Ibarra?
I didn't have my hand up previously either. I think I said what I had to say.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Teresa Taylor.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question for the chair and the parliamentarian. It's been, I don't know, what, 4 meetings now where roll call votes are called. And I think a misuse of the parliamentarian procedures are being used to disrupt the meeting. And I'm wondering if that can be called out of order at this point as disruptive.
I'll let Scott address that directly.
Okay, so first of all, the rule on roll calls is there is no right to demand a roll call vote. You can move to call for a roll call vote on the pending motion. It needs to be seconded. It is not debatable, and then you vote on it. The other issue is if it, and this is under Robert's Rules of Order, your parliamentary authority. If at any time the chair of the meeting believes that members are using parliamentary motions or forms for dilatory purposes, for disruptive purposes, the chair has the right to not recognize the motion. Obviously, that's something that should be done judiciously by the chair, but the chair has the right to do so.
Okay.
If the chair fails to recognize you and you feel it's improper, that can be appealed, but the appeal should be by another member, not by yourself, because you're not being recognized because you're being dilatory.
Okay. All right. You've answered my question.
All right. The chair recognizes John Torok.
John Torok, DLC 743. I move we take a roll call vote on whether to take a roll call vote on whether to take a roll call vote.
I second it.
Mary, I think he was joking.
I know, I was too.
Okay, all right. So is there anything else, John, before we move on?
That was it.
Okay, John, thank you very much. You made us all chuckle for a moment. The chair recognizes Steve O'Leary.
You're on mute, Steve.
Stephen O'Leary, DLC 723. Can I move adoption of the budget committee?
Yeah, that's the first item of business. Oh, pardon me, just a second. What do you want to do about these things? You want to deal with you want to explain what the further minutes?
Oh, okay. All right. So Steve, let me deal with two things, okay? And then we will we'll come back to you in a second. Keep your hand up, okay?
Thank you.
So it's come to my attention that the board meeting minutes are incorrect. As such, I'd like to just turn those into a informational item. Please take a look at those and submit any corrections that you have to board@seiu1000.org so we can get those corrected and bring them back. And I hope that doesn't cause any problem with anybody. The next piece of this is earlier I ruled Vaughn out of order. That is not appealable or challengeable to the chair because that's a black and white rule in Robert's Rules of Order. So there will be no challenge to the chair on that motion. Now, Steve, do we want to forego our ethics training and move on to the budget committee? Is that what you're proposing?
Yes, because of time. We have some very critical issues we need to deal with, and then we can reschedule the ethics training.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Mary?
Well, my question is, I respect that we have an issue with time. Then we shouldn't have brought anybody from international to burn up our clock because we have items of agenda. No, I'm being very candid because these things are important for us as board members to make decisions. So to rush through, I'm just saying that's inappropriate. Yes.
You're burning time just like you're complaining about. So if we're respectful, please, let's move forward and get some work done at this point.
Point of order, Colin Kroll.
Yeah, Colin, what's your point of order?
Scott just said that if you overrule one of the things, it can be appealed by somebody else. So how is it now that when it comes to your position being challenged, there is no appeal? There has to be an appeal. I believe that's why Robert's Rules does an appeal by somebody else.
Would you like me to have Scott address that for you?
No, I want the appeal to be granted.
There is no. There's no appeal, Colin. It's under the rule. Under Robert's Rules of Order, there is no appeal.
Under Robert's Rules, he just said that if you make a decision and you overrule somebody, that you can appeal or somebody else can appeal, not the same person. So I find it very convenient. You guys keep flip-flopping back and forth on these rules when it doesn't suit you.
Well, okay, Colin. So actually, that's not true. I'm really trying to run a proper meeting. So we'll take a little bit of a step here, and I'll actually have the parliamentarian explain the rules for everybody so perhaps they can understand, because I'm actually trying to run a legitimate meeting here and not have anything that just works for my benefit. So let me step aside and have Scott address this.
Okay, so first of all, you'll recognize that a point of order is alleging that the rules are being violated. Okay? It's not a point of information. It's not a question. A point of order is the rules are being violated. So if you believe the rules are being violated, you can just say point of order, but you also need to include your name so we know who's raising the point of order, so we know who to address. So you shouldn't be just shouting point of order and then discussing it or explaining it or arguing about it. Just say point of order and your name. Once you've done that, then the chair can recognize you, and then you can explain what your point of order is so we can all understand it. Once you've explained your point of order, the chair will make a ruling on it. Your point of order is either well taken, in which case the chair will fix the situation, or your point of order is not well taken, in which case the chair disagrees with you. Now, here's where we get to where we are right now. Some points of order can be appealed. Let me rephrase that. Some rulings on points of order can be appealed. Some cannot. The distinction is there are rules that you have either in your policy file or your bylaws or Robert's Rules of Order that are in black and white. This is what the rule is. It's on page 62, line 12 and 13 of the book. Example. When the chair makes a ruling, it is appealable if reasonable minds may differ, if it's something that is subjective. If it's a matter of black letter law, that this is what the rule is, period, no one can argue about it, you can read the rule, then it's not appealable. It's what the rule is. You might want to move to, at some point, if there's a rule you don't like, you might move to suspend the rule, but the rule is what it is. So you cannot appeal the chair's ruling that this is the rule. Because that is an example of an appealable decision is, I'm going to give two examples here and recognize I'm oversimplifying, but for purposes of the example. Let's say that you've got a 2-minute rule on speaking. Point of order, what's your point of order? We've got a 2-minute rule, Annika has exceeded it. Oh, you're right, Annika, please stop talking. You cannot appeal that ruling. 2 minutes is 2 minutes, okay? Now, you might have a motion to grant extra time for Annika to continue speaking, but that's another motion, and you need to be recognized to make a motion. You can't appeal having her stop talking because your rule is 2 minutes. Now, let's say that Annika's talking on, let's say that we're discussing the budget, and all of a sudden Annika starts talking about, I don't know, whether we should meet in June or let's make it simple. Annika wants to talk about we should need to do something to repair the front door of the headquarters building. Okay. And the question is, and somebody says, point of order, what's your point of order? And they say,
You are
well,
quite
we're
popular,
talking about,
aren't you? Disrupting
right.
everybody. I like that. Go, go, go.
Yeah, so your point of order is she's not talking about the budget. Well, is she or isn't she? You might say, that's got nothing to do with the budget, it's fixing the door. And she might say, well, it does have to do with the budget because if we're gonna fix the door, we need to take some money from the budget, so it's related. Is it related to the budget or not? I don't know. So if your chair says, you're right, she's off topic, that's an appealable ruling because reasonable minds may differ and therefore we'll vote, and therefore it's appealable and we'll vote on it. But if it's a black letter rule, either in your policy file, Robert's Rules of Order, or your bylaws, it's not appealable. And so the issue here dealing with,
if I may interject for
one second, let me just finish. And so the issue here was the ruling that the chair made is a matter of black letter law in Robert's Rules of Order, and therefore it's not an appealable rule.
What specifically was his basis? That was never given to us.
The motion that was made to vacate the chair in Robert's Rules of Order, when you have, when the chair is in a position who is, it's possible to have two forms of chair. One is that your bylaws make someone the chair, the president, the chair of the board. Let's take David's position as chair of the agenda committee. Okay, you are the chair. Under Robert's Rules of Order, a motion to vacate the chair is not in order. That person is designated the chair. Okay. If, let's say that we have the agenda committee and David's not there, And because David's not there, we elect Eileen Broughton to be chair for the meeting today. She's now what's called a temporary chair, chair pro tem. And so if we want to remove her and appoint someone else, we can do that. But when you have someone's, is a designated chair in your bylaws, a motion to vacate the chair is not in order. And that,
All right, so Mr. Burns, I do still think that it is appropriate to allow an appeal in my particular motion because Bill Hall is at the pleasure of the board. The position of the chair is at the position of the board. It's not designated in the same way that Mr. Jimenez is as a secretary treasurer for the agenda committee with the way that you were making your explanation. So being at the pleasure of the board, it is temporary in nature. And I'm also making my appeal to vacate the chair based on misconduct specifically from Mr. Hall. So I urge you to look at this determination a little bit differently because based on your explanation, whether it's black or white, or it's arguable, it is not black and white.
okay, so let me clarify, before I explain, let me clarify. A motion to vacate the chair means to declare the chair vacant for this meeting and appoint someone else to conduct this meeting. The bylaws that states that the chair serves at the pleasure of the board, the chair is a position on the board of directors. The chair has duties between meetings of the board. The chair has a lot of responsibilities. So that is not a motion to vacate the chair. That is a motion to essentially eliminate the term of the chair and appoint a new chair instead.
That is not the intent of my motion.
Well,
and I think there are a lot of assumptions.
Okay, but let me explain. If your intent is to replace Mr. Hall as the chair, which is one of the subjects of the motion on the June agenda, that's one thing. If your intent is to replace him as the chair for this particular meeting, that's where you confront the Robert's Rules of Order that says that is not in order, period. You cannot do that. Okay. So you can't just have a motion to vacate the chair.
This is Colin Crawl. Can I be recognized, please? I think I can settle this easy.
Whoever's speaking, you haven't been recognized and I can't understand you.
Hey, number one, I didn't talk to you, Scott. And I did
You're not recognized.
You haven't, who's speaking? You haven't been recognized.
Well, I said my name, Colin Crawl, 3 times now. And I asked to be recognized.
You're not recognized.
Well, good for you. I asked to be recognized. And I was
Okay,
waiting.
so
You wanna
Cohen,
see the game?
stand to the side for a minute and let's see if we can finish with Vaughn. And then we will find a way to recognize you. Do you need to finish?
Point of clarification, this is
I
Mary
wanna-
Dela
one
Cruz,
second, I just want to clarify, okay? For those of you that have a copy of Robert's Rules of Order, it's on page 617. If the chair is not an appointed or elected chairman pro tem, in this case, Mr. Hall is not, he is the designated chair of the board. A motion to declare the chair vacant. A motion to declare the chair vacant is not in order, period. You cannot appeal that. It is.
Point of clarification, this is Mary Dela Cruz for the parliamentarian.
Mary?
Yes, sir.
You need to wait to be recognized.
So will we do a point of question?
Hang on, you need to
Out of
be.
order.
You need to wait to be recognized, okay? We have somebody actually in front of you. So the chair is going to recognize Colin Crowell. Colin, go ahead and make your point.
I move, or I motion, to bring forth the motion from the June 6th to vacate the chair and to replace it with David Jimenez.
I second it.
Point of order, Stephen
Point of
O'Leary.
order.
Get
Karen,
in
do you have
line.
point of
We
order?
can't do the point of order according to Bill. He just said we can't speak out.
Excuse me, Mary. I'm trying to address the chair.
Okay,
Thank-
hang on a second. So let me address Cullen. Cullen, you cannot use a point of order or point of information to make a motion. You would have to raise your hand, get in line, and be recognized for that.
I did put my
So-
hand up. Thank you very
so-
much. You did recognize me. That is
No,
out there.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
I
he
reckon-
did.
I
Yes, he
reckon-
did.
I recognized you for a point of information or a point of order, not to
Sorry,
make
my
a
hand
motion.
was up. It was not a point of information or a point of order. You recognized me. I have brought a motion.
I'm sorry, but your motion is out of order. Mary Dela Cruz,
Somebody appeal.
you had something that you wanted to clarify?
Yes, for the parliamentarian, just for clarification, because historically, these words have been used by him, past practice, historically. So, even though it's been black and white, he's explained to us before, but historically or past practice, if it's been done, why are we now so hardcore on what the rules are when we didn't follow him prior? Clarification on that.
Yeah, I'm going to clarify this and I'm going to keep it very simple. And if somebody wants to disagree with me, so be it. First of all, many of you don't know me, so I'm going to take 10 seconds just to explain that I am not a member of Local 1000, nor am I on staff. I am a retained consultant. I'm a professional registered parliamentarian with the National Association of Parliamentarians and a charter member of the American College of Parliamentary Lawyers. So I don't have a dog in this fight. I should also explain that that since all of this has started happening, I've not only been advising Mr. Hall, I've been advising your vice president, all three vice presidents, and about a half a dozen members of the board who've contacted me on things. So that said, I've been parliamentarian for Local 1000 for 31 years. I'm parliamentarian now. I was parliamentarian for Richard L. Brown. I was parliamentarian for Yvonne Walker. I was parliamentarian for Jim Hard. I was parliamentarian for J.J. Jelinczyk. I was parliamentarian for Perry Kenny, and I was parliamentarian for Don Anderson. I've been parliamentarian since before you were Local 1000. I've been parliamentarian since you were still the Civil Service Division within CSEA. Now to the question. I've been parliamentarian for 31 years. In 31 years, there has never once been a motion to vacate the chair. There have been occasions where the chair has handed the gavel over to someone while the motion was pending. There have been occasions where a point of order was raised because someone thought the chair should have handed over the gavel, and the point of order was sustained and the chair handed over the gavel. But when it comes to past practice, there has not once been a motion to vacate the chair in any of those 7 administrations I've worked with.
All right. The chair recognizes Steve O'Leary.
I move the adoption of the budget committee proposal.
I object. This is Mary Dela Cruz, 772.
Need a second.
Second, Jerome Washington. Second.
Okay, so,
Mason Sandoval, GOC 703, second the motion by Stephen O'Leary.
okay, thank you. So we have Steve O'Leary on the budget, and then we have a second with Jerome Washington. Steve, you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, my camera, trying to put camera on, but Stephen O'Leary, DLC 723. I think it is important that we have a budget committee in place and that we get a budget come to the board. A lot of work to be done. I know, chairing COPE, that it's important. We have a committee, and as well as now we have an agenda committee. So we're restructuring, so I urge a yes vote. Thank you very much.
Point of question, Mary Dela Cruz, 772.
Is it a point of information or a point of order, Mary?
Well, so there's no point of question. Okay,
No.
I guess, okay, point of order.
Is it a process question or is?
Yeah, I guess it would be. I don't know. Once I say it, you'll be able to judge and
Okay.
jury that.
All right,
Okay.
ma'am.
So my question is, we already have a committee together. Why are we needing to perform a different one? I know we did that for the agenda committee. There was already people on there and we took out the people that probably
Out
didn't
of
vote our
order.
way. And so why do we need a new one as opposed to the one that's already there? That was my point.
Point of order, Kevin Healy.
Okay, he didn't raise his hand, so I guess we can all blurt out.
All right. We don't have a functioning budget committee. And that's why there's a motion on the floor to put the members of the budget committee together.
We do
So-
though. I was on that budget committee. Yes, we do.
We don't have one right
Thank
now.
God.
Oh, one that you like, the vote your way. Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Mary, that's not true because I actually did not make this motion. This motion comes from David Jimenez. It's people that he chose to be on the committee, not me. I had nothing to do with it.
My point of clarification was what was wrong with the one that was newly appointed? And I didn't get clarification on that.
Mary, that's out of order. There is no committee. There's a motion on the floor to form a committee. With that, I'm not even sure. I'm lost again. I think we're at Jerome Washington, the second.
Yes.
Point of order, or David Jimenez.
What's your point of order, David?
I'm the maker of the motion. Shouldn't I be speaking first? Or
Stephen made the motion.
We're
it's the budget committee motion, which was submitted
Stephen
by
made the
me.
motion.
Stephen made the motion to, sorry,
I've
Deleon
had my
Seacrest, but you
hand
need to stop
raised for a
interjecting.
okay.
So it's my motion that I submitted. Stephen just moved it to the top, or I moved it to the top, and then Stephen moved the other two from the 18th.
Stephen,
that to the top.
So David, Stephen moved that we actually change the agenda and that we move your motion to current business.
And then he moved to adopt it.
And he moved to adopt it, okay?
Okay, so just to clarify, as a maker of the motion, do I just need to get in line then to speak on it?
No, we will come to you as soon as we finish this. So what we're doing right now, as I understand it, is we are skipping the ethics training and we are going on to the budget committee work because Stephen felt that that was important to do.
Point of information, Christina Evett, DLC 751.
Yes, Christina, what's your point of information?
Thank you. This is getting absolutely ridiculous. I'd like to know if we voted on skipping the ethics committee, because I'm pretty sure we have the timelines. I'm doing the ethics committee, and I've been sitting here since 5 to 1, and I do not recall doing a vote to skip the ethics training and rearrange the agenda. Can we please stay on one subject? We keep bouncing around all over the place. I believe by corporation, we have to do the ethics committee training within a certain amount of time, and we haven't had proper meetings to do so yet.
Right.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, Christina, I understand. And Stephen's motion is to skip the ethics training and move on to the budget committee work because that has to be done as well. So the point that we're at right now, as I understand it, and to clarify for everybody, is that we are going to move on, skipping the ethics training, we're going to move on to 12.1, which is the budget committee.
Point of information.
If everybody agrees with that and we have a quick vote on it.
I disagree. This is Mary Delacruz, 772.
Mary, you're not at the point, you get to vote at some point, disagreeing.
I'm
now.
not voting. You just asked right now if someone disagrees. I'm just responding to your question. I'm sorry, Bill.
Yeah, Mary, please, it really is slowing the process down to a
Or are
crawl.
we allowed to agree or disagree or not?
Point of information, Irene Green, Vice President of Bargaining. I am a little lost as well. I'm sorry, you have not recognized me, Chair.
The chair recognizes Irene Green,
Thank you.
VP of bargaining.
Thank you, please. I'm as well lost. Have we approved the agenda, or are we still trying to determine what the agenda is
No,
going
we-
to be?
Okay, so we approved the agenda.
Okay, so now,
So on the agenda, we should be on item 8, the ethics training.
okay,
Steve Olari is moving to not do the ethics training and to move on to item 12.1, the budget committee. That's what we're talking about right now.
okay, but before we get to that, we were saying about number 7, move the approval of the minutes because they had some errors in it, and we were going to submit those to corrections at boardofseiu1000.org. That does not require any comment, moving, or anything else. So that
If
is
there
done.
was
That's
no
gone.
objection,
Okay.
that's done.
Fantastic, thank you. And so now we're at the point where you just noted that's where Stephen Olori has now put a motion on the table, and we're discussing that. Is that where we're at?
That's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have several hands. I'm not sure where we're at. I'm so lost.
As this Jerome Washington here as the second, I still waiting on my chance to speak.
I understand, Jerome.
All right.
Yeah, I'm getting the acknowledgement that that's back to where we were. So Jerome, go ahead and speak to it.
All right, I'm in support of it, just simply so that we can get the work done. We've been here a long time, and the only thing we've accomplished is approving the agenda. If we leave here today and we have the budget committee done, I would feel like my time was well valued. So, and it's important that we get a budget out. We still don't have one. So that's why I'm in support of amending the agenda and moving the budget committee item ahead so we can get some work done.
All right, thank you, Jerome. Steve, you still have your hand up. Is there a reason for that?
No, I will lower it down now. And I want to apologize, Dave. When it comes to your motion, and I understand. Thank you.
Point of information, Christina Evett, DLC 751.
Yes, Christina, what's your point?
I'm sorry, but I'm still confused. If we've already approved the agenda to be where it's at, now we're entertaining a motion to rearrange and move things around and skip stuff on the agenda?
It's a motion to suspend the rules and take it out next.
Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. We're suspending the budgetary rules or the agenda rules, and we are looking at not doing the ethics training and moving on to the budget committee.
Okay, so does this open up for people to start requesting to put more stuff on the agenda and move more stuff around? Because we're never going to get anywhere if we don't stick to one spot and move forward. We've been here now for 4 hours almost, and like Jerome just said, we've accomplished one thing. We need to get this done. We have new presidents, and me being one of them, I'm classifying myself as a new president because it's been over 4 years. Things have changed. We have to do the ethics training needs to be done, as well as the budget committee and everything else on our agenda. We have to move forward. And if we're going to start rearranging the agenda again, can we please set the agenda and get it going? Thank you.
We're not rearranging the agenda, we're just skipping an item.
All right, just to be clear for everybody and to address Christina's concerns, we're not rearranging, we're skipping an item. And that's been requested so that we can get some business done.
Point of information, Christina, DLC 751.
Yeah, Christina.
If we make a motion to move an order, I'm trying to see if I heard you correctly. Steve made a motion to skip an item on the agenda. Do we vote on whether we all agree to skip on it, or do we just go with it?
No, you get the vote on it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I have a bunch of hands in front of me, so the chair recognizes.
My hand fell down.
Yes, thank you. So one of the things I think is causing confusion with Mr. Olari's particular motion is it sounds like it's a combination motion. But from what it sounds like, and this is a point of information, are we just voting on skipping the ethics training? Or are we voting to skip the ethics training and move on to the budget item? Because if that is the case, I move to split these motions separately in lieu of doing it in combination. These combination motions are consistently causing confusion with our board. And
Okay,
I
so-
believe it
so
does
two things-
give some clarity.
Okay, two things.
Point of
First-
information, Ruth Ibarra, DLC 787.
Okay, Ruth, we'll get there. Let's finish with Han Van. So you can't make a point of order or point of information and a motion. Those are separate, okay? Steve is simply saying, let's not do the ethics training. Let's move on and go straight to the budget motion so that we can get that work done. That's what Steve is, that's the essence and the simplicity of what Steve said, okay?
So he's
let me-
literally just saying, skip the ethics training, and that's all that's on the table with what he's offering or what he's moving towards.
Correct.
Okay, I can skip my motion then. I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mary Delacruz.
Thank you for recognizing me. You know, I would like to have the ethics training. I mean, this was planned, agendas were made, and perhaps, you know, other things can be moved, rolled over to the next meeting. You know, if we're supposed to have our training, I want to have that training. It doesn't fit me. It's not Steve's meeting. It's for all of us. And I need the training and I'm asking for the training. So
Point
to
of
skip over.
order.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Who's the point of order?
Ruth Ibarra, I had a point of information, but point of order.
Okay, Ruth, go ahead.
All this is doing it, it's not skipping it, it's tabling the training to another time. You will get the training. We have to get the training by law. Like, let's just move forward, y'all. This is really getting out of control. It's not denying you the right to the training. It's just saying we have business to handle. Let's handle it and move the training of the ethics training to another time. Thank you.
All right, so. All right. Scott handed me a note and he says, actually, this is not debatable. So it's a simple 2/3 vote of the board to move on and take up the budget committee motion. So with that said, let's everybody lower their hands. Lisa, would you clear the hands? John, Kevin? Thank you, everybody. All right, with that said, all in favor of not doing the ethics training and moving on to taking up the budget committee? So everyone in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, Lisa, would you clear the hands, please? Thank you. Everyone who does not want to support, please raise your hands. By a vote of 34-9, the motion carries. Lisa, would you please clear the hands? And I'm going to go to David Jimenez to make his motion on the budget committee. You muted, David. There you go.
Yeah. So I move, wait, has it already been moved or do I?
No,
Was it
you
moved by
can- you have-
Stevens action?
No, you have to move it, David.
Okay, I move the budget, the filling the budget committee motion. And I want to speak in favor of it.
Ruth Ibarra seconds it.
Okay. So David, go ahead and speak to your motion.
Okay. So the action before us is to add members to the budget committee. There was a working budget committee until recently where it was all members on the committee were dismissed pretty much, and we are reconstituting the budget committee. Having said that, my motion does include two of the previous members, Paul Garong, who is a auditor with CDTFA. He is in DLC 789. He is DBER unit for Unit 1. He's been also elected to the bunk this past December of 2021. The other member that has previously served on the budget committee is Delon Johnson. He's a steward as well and an auditor with CDTFA in Houston. He is the president of DLC 799 and has previously served on the budget committee from July 2021 to February of 2022. The other two are Cindy Doyle, who's a steward with California Department of Technology in Sacramento and is also the president of DLC 790. And Ibian Rivera, she is a steward with Water Resources Control Board, I believe, in Sacramento, and she's the vice president, chief steward of DLC 788. So my motion is to basically add these three people to the budget committee. Per policy file and bylaws, I am vice president, secretary, treasurer, the chair of that committee. And it's very important and necessary that we reconstitute this committee so it could get to work on the upcoming budget proposal that needs to be adopted by the board, and which will be on schedule to be presented in June. So we definitely need to get this action taken care of today so that we could call the committee back to work. So I urge a yes vote, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The chair recognizes Ruth Ibarra for the second.
I have nothing to say.
Well, do you at least support it, Ruth?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I support the motion.
All right, thank you.
Point of information, Mary Delacruz, 772.
What's your point of information, Mary?
My point of information, I hope I'm using the right terminology, but per policy, my understanding is that a person can't serve on more than one committee. Am I misunderstanding that policy?
You are actually correct.
So we already have Cindy Doyle on the agenda committee. She was there this morning. So I make a motion she be removed from this committee because that would be more than one committee she would be on. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mary, thank you. The chair recognizes VP of Organizing, Annika Walls.
Thank you, Mary. You beat me to it. I actually would like to offer a friendly amendment to remove Cindy Doyle for the exact reasons that Mary just.
Point of order.
And I would
I
like
second it.
that seat of Cindy with Latasha Brown. That's my friendly amendment.
I second
Are
it.
they allowed to do a motion on a point of order or point of information?
It's a friendly amendment.
It was
I accept.
She was recognized to speak as the next person to speak on a friendly amendment. Now, if David is willing to accept that friendly amendment, that's up to David.
I will accept the friendly amendment.
Point of information, Kevin Healy.
All right. Now, at this point, is there any objection to the friendly amendment?
Yes, there's an objection.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. And I have a point of information is Kevin Healy.
Just briefly, if someone is going to be removed from any committees, does it require the consent of that individual? I don't know.
No.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information for who?
Mary Delacruz 772. And you might have mentioned, might have already clarified it for Kevin, but my understanding, if it's a violation of policy, we don't need to vote or ask someone, hey, is it okay if we remove you? Because we're trying to go by policy, correct?
We are going by policy, Mary, and so there's been a friendly amendment. It was accepted. It was protested by Steve Olari. So
let's clear I've got the list.
Let's
clear the list and start a new list.
Point of
Okay.
Parliament to encourage Stephen O'Leary.
So go ahead, Steve, what's up?
Would it have been possible for Cindy to say she wants to step down from the agenda committee and then just keep it the way it was?
That wasn't.
Point of clarification or
Can I just ask a question?
That wasn't put forward. So
so I'll withdraw my objection so we can get me moving on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, Steve. So I believe Mary Delacruz.
Were there any objections to the motion? Was Steve the only one?
He was the only objection.
Okay.
Point of information, Jerome Washington.
Yes, Jerome, go ahead.
So the policy file actually does not say that a person can't hold two positions. It says this is under the section that talks about the committees. The president shall attempt to appoint members to no more than
One committee.
no more than one committee. And so it doesn't preclude a person from serving on more committees.
You're correct, Jerome.
I'd like to make a substitute motion, please.
Get in line.
She is next in line, I think.
She is. She's next in line on the main.
It's really hard to keep up today, okay?
Let's do
Can
this.
I ask a question?
Hang on a second.
I have everybody here talking about the main motion. Clear the hands. We will open up debate on the amendment. Because it's clearly an objective. She wants to debate, make an amendment. So
Okay.
it's no longer.
Substitute motion.
Okay.
So
All
we're
right.
going to clear the hands, start opening debate on the amendment, and we can recognize
All
Tracy
right.
Taylor for a substitute.
Point of
Just so-
order, point of
Yes.
order. This is Ruth Ibarra.
Ruth, I'll get to you in just a second, okay? We have, everybody who has their hands up has been recorded and put on a list. So at this point, we're gonna clear everybody's hands because we're gonna have to create a new list. We have you, we will come back to you. Ruth, what's your point of order?
Okay, since there's no objections to the friendly amendment, since Stephen removed his objection, then the friendly amendment moves forward, right?
No.
Because Teresa
There was no objection.
No, because Teresa Taylor has raised a point of a substitute motion. So
To the
Point of order. Point of
to the
order.
friendly amendment or to the
Point of order.
the
The
friendly.
motion, Teresa did not make a motion. She did not state who she wanted to put on the board. And I don't think her motion
Okay.
was even recognized.
I haven't been able to yet. I'm
That's
just trying to get in line here.
yeah, that's because we actually interrupted her as we were trying to clear the hands so that we could move forward and not be completely confused.
I will also say, I believe Nicole had a question or a point of order as well, point of information.
Okay, thank you. So Nicole, did we miss your point of information or point of order?
I would just like to ask how I can get on the budget committee.
Make a friendly amendment.
Pardon me?
Not make it.
Someone should make an amendment.
I make a motion that Nicole be nominated to the budget committee.
You have to
Friendly
be
amendment.
recommended.
All right, you have to wait your turn. Put your hands up. If you want to make an amendment, we will get to you. We've started a list.
Go back to Teresa because we interrupted her.
Yeah. All right. So we're going back to Teresa Taylor because we interrupted her. So Teresa.
Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion to include Susan Rodriguez, Jerome Washington, Olivia Montano, Danette Sparkman, and Bobby Roy Dalton, and exclude Latasha Brown on the budget committee and leave the other, I think, 3 people. Because the budget committee should be comprised of it should be a large committee.
I don't know how to do that.
Second to substitute. motion.
I second Susan Rodriguez.
I object.
Have her repeat the names.
So Teresa, would you repeat the names again?
Susan Rodriguez, I want on the committee.
How does this go so fast? And
pardon me?
Please don't speak out of turn or speak over other people. Teresa, we're trying to get all the names. Would you go through the names, please?
Sure. I would like to add Susan Rodriguez, Jerome Washington, Olivia Montano, Danette Sparkman, and Bobby Roy Dalton, and exclude Latasha Brown. And leaving all the other 3 that were on.
And I was the second, Kevin Healy.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody lower their hands. I'm going to start a new list.
Who was the last one after Donette? Sorry to interrupt.
Bobby Roy Dalton.
Bobby Roy. All right, so we have this list, but now since we've moved on, we're going to start a new list.
excuse me,
Everybody, please lower your hands.
what about the motion for my position?
Get back to it eventually.
We will get there at some point. We're not there right now.
Okay.
So,
Point of order or point of information on this motion, substitute motion, Ruth Ibarra, DLC 787.
Go ahead, Ruth.
Teresa, is these names that you just called out, is that in addition to the ones that are in the original motion?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so Teresa gets to speak to her motion.
All right, Teresa, you get to speak to your motion, please.
Oh, 1 second. Let's lower the hand so I can start a new list.
And then
Okay.
lower your hand. Everybody lower hands so we can start a new list.
Okay, I appreciate that. So the reason I'm putting forth more names is that the budget committee should be a large committee. We should have board members on the budget committee. I know we have a couple that aren't, but board members have a fiduciary duty to the budget. Regular stewards and Debers do not. And it's very important that we have a larger voice in the budget committee so that lots of folks are helping make the decision as we move forward with our budget. We have a $46 million budget. Having a 4-person budget committee doesn't seem to be very effective to me, especially considering we've had some issues with getting information out from the budget committee to the board of directors. So the more board members we have on, I believe the more buy-in we have from the board. That is why I added the names.
All right, thank you, Teresa. I believe the second was Kevin Healy. Kevin, do you want to speak to this?
Just briefly, I appreciate Ms. Taylor's motion on this. And also, I'd like to point out the ripples of representation on this. The more people we have it, the more DLCs, the more we're hearing the voice of our membership towards where we're going to drive this budget. And I also think it's important that the more members that are on the board, it will go more smoothly when we actually have the larger 60+ person board meetings. I support the motion and ask for your yes vote.
Thank you. All right, so I have some hands up. The chair recognizes David Jimenez.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, am I unmuted? Yeah. So I wanted to ask what units the new names belong to, what bargaining unit they belong to, and their location, because, right, you know, as stated, if we're trying to get a diverse group, the original group as presented includes 2 CDTFA auditors, which, you know, those are unit 1, but that's their job to you know, do auditing for the state. So it makes at least in my opinion, sense that they be included on the budget committee. Ibian Rivera, I know, is unit 11, and Latasha Brown, I believe, is unit 4. So the original motion presented minus, well, accepting the friendly amendment, removing Cindy, makes it more diverse because Latasha is from down south. Ibian, I believe, is from Sacramento, as well as Paul, and Delon Johnson is from Houston, well, the outlying Houston DLC. So it represent, that is represent.
Are you asking me to tell you who they are? Because I will.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I'm just
So
also using up my
Susan's from
time
the
to make,
Bay.
I'm just
Susan-
using up my time as well, Teresa.
Oh,
if you could just,
okay, sorry.
Yeah, I want to, you know, because I did want to just make that point about where the existing people are from. So go ahead.
Sure, and thank you. I'm just adding, your folks are fine. Susan is from the Bay, Jerome's from up north, Olivia's from down south, Danette's here in Sacramento, Bobby Roy is unit 21 here in Sacramento. We have bargaining unit 1. I think, I don't know what the other 2 are. 3, Jerome, Olivia, and Danette. But I wasn't going for bargaining units. I was going for location, make sure the whole state was represented. Plus your folks from CDTFA. I think that's a really good rounded out group of folks.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that the policy file does say that the president shall attempt to appoint members to no more than 1 committee and appoint members from all areas of the state and representatives from each bargaining unit. So it is something that's encouraged, but it's a shall attempt still, just pointing that out. So I believe you said Olivia, I know, is unit 1, Jerome is unit 1, Susan is unit 1. Donette Sparkman, can she tell us what unit she belongs to? And Bobby Roy, he's chair of 21. So
this is Danette Sparkman, 762, unit 1.
Okay, so 4 of your 5 names are all unit 1s. So I'll just point that out.
Okay.
I'm bargaining unit 17.
So, that was Nicole Salvas. Could that be a
Yes,
separate?
and you have no person for that.
I'm bargaining unit 17 and I was removed from that. And I'm in the Central Valley. Hold on,
right.
I'm in the Central Valley. So
No
that
cross-
totally
we have order?
dispels.
No cross talk, please.
Well,
You're
I'm
cross
next.
talking.
Okay.
So when you're recognized, all right, David, thank you. Please take your hand down. Mary Dela Cruz has been recognized by the chair.
Thank you for recognizing me, Bill. So I'd like to make an amendment to the friendly amendment because, as everybody so eloquently pointed out, we want to be well-rounded. Thank you, Teresa. And as David pointed out, Jimenez, how many people from bargaining unit 1 do you already have on there? And if we're trying to represent throughout the state, not one name was about the Central Valley. I'm in the Central Valley. I'm bargaining unit 17. And so why don't we remove some of the bargaining unit 1s so that we can have a broader, especially when you have volunteers that want to be on that committee. It totally dispels your support of why you're appointing those people. And some of those people are already on other committees. So you have people willing to step up, but you just don't want them in that. And like David said,
Mary, I never said that.
Hold on.
Mary, I never said that.
Please don't interrupt. Again, Bill, if you're, and I don't mind you correcting me, but correct everybody equally because this is discrimination.
I did not interrupt you, Mary.
No, but Teresa did.
Oh,
so why didn't you chastise her?
Because I was occupied getting.
Again, there's always an excuse why other people aren't getting chastised. I was very candid. Please don't get upset with me, Bill, because I'm just pointing it out.
Mary, I understand. I was getting advice on the meeting and my attention was on something else for a moment. Otherwise,
So
I
now
would
your attention is focused, chastise her, just the way you do the rest of us, Bill. Let's
Come on,
make it
Mary.
fair and equal. And yeah, that's what
right.
I say, Steve. Come on,
So,
because you're
I'm-
able, it's my time. I was recognized. So I got Steve Alari, I got Teresa Taylor jumping in, Bill, and you haven't said a thing to them. And I'm glad this is being recorded because this is so prejudicial. Treat us all equal is what I'm saying. So that being said, I'd like to make a friendly amendment because what they're proposing is individuals, again, with their argument to support the people they're wanting to appoint is so that there can be representation throughout the state. David pointed out a variety of bargaining units. Well, you don't have a 17. So myself and Nicole are here and willing, and we're in the Central Valley, nobody out of the Central Valley. So can you explain to me why you have 4 or 5 bargaining unit 1 people?
Okay, so hang on, Mary. So first, I'm going to back up because I actually couldn't get a word in between what you were saying. So respectfully, I want to, again, remind the body not to crosstalk or talk over each other and to respect everybody. So this is kind of complicated, and I'm going to make as the chair, I'm going to make a point of order, and then we're going to figure this out. So there was a recommendation or a motion brought to the floor to form a budget committee. That recommendation was brought forward by David Jimenez as the chair of that committee. This body can actually either affirm David's committee, or it can disaffirm a particular member. Technically, under the rules, we cannot amend, add other people, or change what David has brought forward. So we can only strike a name. So that's the board's authority as we form these committees. So so technically, if we go all the way back, okay, David presented I'm sorry, this is complicated. David presented a motion with 4 committee members on it. Is that correct, David? You're muted.
Yes, that's true. Bill, I just also wanted to throw out there that, myself as chair, VP Secretary Treasurer will chair it. So that's an additional person to consider. And also yourself as chairperson, now under the new bylaws, indicate that you are ex officio to all standing committees. So there's some more unit 1s to consider, and you're from Oakland and I'm from down south.
Right.
So just throwing that in there.
No, I understand. I appreciate that. So what this body can do as we move through, and this is a learning for everybody, what this body can actually do when it comes up to approving committee members, it has the ability to strike, but it does not have the ability to amend, alter, or change.
Point of
Outside of,
information, Susan Rodriguez.
yeah, hang on, Susan, let me just finish my thought. So under Robert Rules of Order, we can strike and say, no, I mean, I guess in theory, we could strike the whole committee and have to go back to scratch and start all over again. But we don't have, under this format, we don't have the path forward under Robert's Rules of Order to amend, friendly amend, or make any of those other changes.
Point of clarification, Christina.
Hang on, I'm sorry, I was just corrected. It's in our bylaws, okay?
But we can't do a substitute motion either. Is that
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So all the board can do is to strike the recommended committee members, et cetera. And then that means we go back and start over again. So with that said, I have a bunch of hands and I want to make sure that I'm not like getting way off track or
I had a
anything.
point of information. Susan Rodriguez.
Okay, so I was going to get to you, Susan, next. Okay, so Susan, go ahead with your point.
So based on that information that you just told us and what we did on Monday night, 4/18 at that board meeting for the agenda committee, where we added names and adjusted, that would be out of order for that, what we did on Monday night.
Yes, correct.
Point of information.
Hey, it's a learning process, okay?
Right.
So Irene Green has a point of information, VP bargaining.
So my question is there a point where we can suspend the rules in order to add these new names to this?
Because it's in the bylaws.
I object. This is 772 Mary Delacour.
So the answer to this is no, because it's in the bylaws. So I guess in effect.
Point of information.
Hang on. First, so if you're going to do a point of information, state your name.
Point of information, Cindy Doyle, DLC 790.
Okay, Cindy, I'll get to you in a second. So I guess if we look at this as we messed up on Monday, then what we did on Monday isn't valid either. And we have to go back and revisit the agenda committee and bring the agenda committee back to the board in a proper format, since we were completely, since what we did was wrong.
I make a
Now-
motion that we go back and correct that and redo what was done on Monday.
You're out of order.
Okay,
Point of
so,
order, David Jimenez, VP Secretary Treasurer.
all right, hang on a second. I think I have Cindy ahead of you. So let me go to Cindy Doyle. You're recognized by the chair.
Thank you. Please show me where in the bylaws or the policy file we can never amend a motion, whether we are adding language to anything or removing language from anything. Please show me where in the bylaws and policy file it states that information.
Okay. It's not that you cannot make amendments. You can make amendments to certain motions. What you cannot do is violate your bylaws. Your bylaws, Article 7, committees. Second here while I scroll up. Section D. Appointments to all standing committees, and this is Budget Committee is a standing committee. Appointments to all standing committees shall be made by the president from the membership of the UCSW, subject to affirmation of the UCSW Board of Directors, period. That means under your bylaws, and I shouldn't say not on Robert's Rules of Order says you can't violate your bylaws, but under your bylaws, the power of appointment belongs to the president. Mr. Jimenez, or Jimenez as, actually, I'm not sure. David, which way do you pronounce your name?
Jimenez, that's,
Jimenez,
yeah,
thank you.
you're good, you're right.
So the power of appointment is Mr. Jimenez. The board can therefore, but it's subject to affirmation of the board. So your vice president, secretary, treasurer gets to appoint whom he wants to
Point
the
of
committee.
information.
1 second, subject to this board's affirming his appointments. If the board has the power to not to disaffirm one of his appointments, and if it does so, then he can either live with that decision or he can present further people at the next meeting. But the power of appointment belongs to him, not to the board under your bylaws.
Actually, that's not what this says. I'm looking at exactly what you just mentioned. Appointment by special or ad hoc committees or task force shall be made by the president unless the UCSW Board of Directors specifies otherwise when creating the committee or task force.
Okay, that is correct. That is the second part. Appointments to all standing committees, and budget is a standing committee, is a power of the president. Appointment to add special or ad hoc committees is done by the chair. So let's just say, for example, let's say there was a motion made today to appoint a committee to investigate the mask mandates in Susanville. That's a special committee. Because you've created a special committee, the chair appoints, the chair would appoint, or when you make that motion, you could say you want to create a special committee to investigate mask mandates at the correctional institution in Susanville. The committee to be appointed by, consist of X, Y, Z. So if you're creating a new committee, an ad hoc or special committee, this board has the authority to designate its composition. But if you're making appointments to a standing committee, one of the 15 standing committees in the bylaws, budget is number 3, then that power of appointment belongs to the president and the president alone, with your secretary treasurer filling in for that role.
Point of information on
The
that.
president is under suspension.
So clarify for us, Scott, then, according to what happened on Tuesday, then, are you saying that because someone else besides the current standing chair who's acting as the president is able to add names or delete names? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay,
No.
well, you're saying that the standing committee shall be made by the president. Okay,
Correct.
well, currently our president is suspended. So who are we saying is allowed to do that?
David,
Okay, and David's the one who's actually bringing up this point for the budget committee.
correct.
So are you saying Mike didn't ask for those names? The committee
I'm sorry, you're cutting out, Cindy. Would you repeat that?
on Monday night, the agenda committee, did David ask for those names or did someone else?
It was complicated. So the short version of it is,
Someone else.
hang on. The short version of it is I messed up.
David accepted it.
David sent his agenda.
And then David accepted
A
the
violation of
addition.
policy, of bylaws.
David,
Actually, Bill, you
Mary,
had submitted
stop.
a motion, Bill, just to enter, what happened on Monday is you submitted a motion and
Right.
I asked to add more names to it because it wasn't what it was originally, what I had put forward.
Which means implicitly accepting what you did.
right. The
Bill's
only,
motion was wrong.
the only issue that I may have around that Monday is the question becomes, was my motion actually a valid motion or not, right? So the
Right.
fact that the president added the names and accepted that, we may have to go
I
back and.
still have a point of information on that very question, please.
Okay, so
So do I.
yeah, so we've got David, we've got Annika, so who still
Teresa.
has
Information, Mary Dela Cruz, 772.
Mary?
Shut up, Mary. God.
Oh,
You
you
got-
shut up, Teresa.
Oh,
You
my
and
God.
your,
Hey,
go to the Napa Valley, use the
That is
members. again.
completely out of hand. Teresa Taylor, add it
Please,
again, add it again.
Mute.
I didn't
Mute 'em.
say it.
Please, everybody, if you don't stop, we're just gonna mute everybody until we have
Maybe we
order
should.
again. Okay? Please, the crosstalk is really difficult for everybody and everybody feels disrespected around it. So I'm not even sure where I'm at right now. So,
I suggest you ignore everything about what happened Tuesday.
okay,
Now the issue is the
that's what, so where I was going is we're gonna not deal with Monday's issue at the moment, and we will revisit that. And if we have to bring it back to the board, we'll bring it back to the board. We'll figure that out offline at a later time. Monday is behind us. However, if we did it wrong, we'll bring it back and fix it. Now, the point that we're at right now is that David has presented 4 names for the budget committee. This body can either affirm or disaffirm any of those 4 individuals.
Half and half.
Yes.
Now, Hang on. So I'm completely lost at who wants to talk or anything else right now. So if I make a misstep, it's because I'm not even sure where we're at. So I want to let David speak to this.
Thank you. So my point of order was now I agree, let's leave Monday in the past and come back and fix that at a later date. Right now, how we're gonna operate or move forward is that this list or this motion and the 4 names put forward can only be removed, or that's where I'm going with my question. If the board needs to affirm the names, could I add names now? Like I would like to add Nicole Salavoskoy and Bobby Royce. Could I add those names now to be considered in this motion? And I also would like to accept, like I accepted earlier, that friendly amendment to add Latasha Brown and remove Cindy.
Okay, so
They don't observe.
okay, so the information I'm receiving, David, is that you can amend your own motion on the floor for who you're going to put on the committee. And then once you do that, the board has the right to affirm or disaffirm who you put on the committee. So if you want to add people at this point based on the information that you've received right now, you could do that.
Okay, so do I get in line or can I just speak now on that?
Hang on a second before you go. Annika's been waiting very patiently over here. Although she's frowning a little bit, she has a point of information.
And forgive me now, because I know this is going to be heavily unpopular, but with what we just learned about the inability or ability to remove or whatnot, and that the committees need to be formed by the president, then back in October for the chair position, is that even in order, technically?
Well, that's a different section of the bylaws.
But it's still changing no? Okay. All right.
All right, so at the moment, David, if you want to, okay,
Yes.
let me rephrase this. So David, let's finish with David for the moment, and then we'll come back to whoever.
Another David.
Okay.
Yes, David.
All right.
Point information.
All right,
David
hang
Johnson.
on.
Okay.
Hang
Okay.
on. Let's
I'm
just.
slipping. Okay. go
It's
ahead.
okay. We'll get there.
I would suggest.
Okay, so I would like to amend my motion and remove Cindy Doyle, add Latasha Brown. She's a Unit 4. She's from the Inland Empire down south, not even LA, it's opposite LA. And I'd like to add Bobby Roy Dalton. He's a Unit 21. I believe he's from Sacramento. And I'd like to add Nicole Salavoskoy. She's Unit 17 and from Central Valley to the existing list, which would be Delon, Paul, and Ibian. And then you also, like I mentioned earlier, you have myself as chairperson and Bill, because of the changes now, he's an ex officio to all committees, standing committees. So don't forget there's 2 others besides the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names. So it'll be an 8-person committee.
Point of information, Irene Green, Vice President of Bargaining. So go through your other motions.
Hang on a second. So we're going to do a couple of things here. So first, we're going to clear all the hands because we're starting over again. So Lisa, would you clear hands, please? Thank you very much.
Mr. Hall, Teresa Taylor, I have been asking a point of information ahead of everyone else.